Sunday special. I'm Najee Wilkins here with Craig Sager. Appreciate you guys tuning in, man. We're gonna do a 3.5 to 4 hour special today, man, talking about all the news in Georgia, all the news across National Signing Day. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure you comment below as well. Like, comment, and subscribe on the YouTube page, man. But Craig, how you feeling today, man, before we get started?
I'm feeling good. So when they told us no shows this week, we're like, no, it's National
Come
Signing
on.
Day. We got to combine it all. We got to go big. So
Yes.
I'm excited. We're going to have some guests today.
Yep.
Talk about how the rankings are shaping up. Everyone knows signing day is just a lot different, and there's a lot of talk about the class of 2024 being that first class that's really dealing with the full-scale transfer portal, the NIL. And so these kids have really been at the front of this process, and now it's playing out. There's going to be a lot of early commitments. We still have movement to come later on with the signing day, but I think today's going to be a big one.
100% agree with you, Craig, man. I can't wait. Yeah, a lot of movement. We're getting some buzz already out of Buford in Georgia. That's the hot topic, actually a hot national topic. We got some big commits too. Walton signing day is later, man. But let's start there, man. Let's just start with some of the buzz out of Buford, potentially KJ Bolden flipping. A lot of buzz around Georgia. I know Rusty with Dog Dish Crew has been doing some things around that and been talking about. So what's your thoughts on that? And also possibly Houston flipping to Alabama from Ohio State.
Yeah, well, you can't talk about this class of 2024 without those three guys. They've really been at the top of this list. You got the number one quarterback with Dylan Raiola. You got a five-star Houston, and then KJ Bolden, the number one athlete in the country.
Yeah.
And it's not that Sammy Brown, he's up there too, but KJ with just his measurables, what he's able to do on all these different positions. So I think with KJ, he's a guy that potentially could even play multiple spots at the next level. Safety, but I mean, he could play receiver if he wanted to. He did that all season long.
Yep.
So those three guys, talent alone is incredible, but then you add their unique recruiting journeys. You have Dylan. He's played at 4 high schools. Now he leaves the Georgia commitment, goes to Nebraska. Is that a place where he's going to be able to stay, develop something that's really going to help him out? He's been able to just kind of plug and play wherever he goes. I think he's going to be an immediate starter, but how good can he get when he has guys that he's working with year in and year out? And then Houston, originally Ohio State. I think it's a win-win wherever he ends up going, but I think with him, the best compliment you can give about him, he's a 5-star. He plays every snap like he's still trying to prove himself. We saw it in our game against Marietta. He's getting forced fumbles. He's a wrecking ball. So I think his effort alone is going to pay off if he does go to one of these places like Alabama where it's going to be a dogfight every day. I think he has that long-term mindset and work ethic to really excel.
No, 100%. You brought up some good points too, especially with KJ and then especially with Dylan Raiola. I brought up the same points last night. Just, like you said, 4 different high schools. When he goes to this, like, how is he going to be as far as when he faces adversity, right? It's not going to always go your way. You're going to have to be able to go through that and be able to come back. And as we know, I think he's one of their highest ranked commits in a long time, at least the past decade, maybe 2 decades in Nebraska history. So it's an interesting story. Obviously, there's a lot of lineage there with his family. Offensive line coach is his uncle. His dad also went there with successful 14-year vet for the Detroit Lions. So a lot of successful things there. So it's going to be interesting to see, how successful he can be first year. And if it doesn't go his way, let's say they have a okay season or a losing season, does he stay and stick it out and continue to grow, or does he decide to go somewhere else?
Yeah. We all know Buford didn't end up winning all this year, but if people recall, Dylan was such a late addition to that Buford team. I mean, that was the biggest news of the summer. It didn't come in May. That came right before the season. He goes out there, leads into a 2-loss season, actually. Lost to Mill Creek and then in the playoffs. But, I mean, he did his thing. I thought, as a team, Buford lacked some of the help offensively, but I mean, he was out there, didn't make mistakes, led them on game-winning drives, and as I said, he came in late and still was able to adapt. So I think he's young, obviously, he's going into his first college season, but the talent's there, the skill set, he's got the arm strength, he's got to kind of work with his guys and be that centerpiece of the offense. But I think it's an interesting fit in Georgia. In years past, it's about, they're going to be graduating a lot of guys. Now it's like they're losing a lot of people in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting thing to see how they're going to respond.
Yeah, I agree. They just lost 2 of their main linebackers. One went to Kentucky, Dumars Johnson. Another went to Missouri. So interesting to see how that goes. But they got obviously Justin Simmons coming in now. They've heavily recruited 4-star player. They just landed Humphreys from Vanderbilt, so that was a good get for them
They
too.
needed him.
Yes, they did for sure.
Desperately. If he didn't go there, that is a thin receiving core.
Yep.
So I think it's huge for them. I think Georgia's doing a really good job in the secondary recruiting wise.
Yes.
They've got a lot of tight end pieces as usual. The big question though is going to be at the receiver position. And they're just really thin at receiver right now. I do like the receivers that are coming in, particularly Jacoby White. And I'll just say what I think about his play. I think it's his ability to separate.
Yeah.
We saw it when they were playing Cartersville. He had one of the best plays I've seen all season, where he's able, even when the DB is right on his hip, he has this ability at the very end to gain that separation and then make something happen after the catch. So maybe Jacoby's not going to be like a primary target, but when you get the ball in his hands at the next level, I think he's a key piece you want in your offense at the receiver position. But still, they need to build that position up because I know a lot of UGA fans, they're kind of scratching their head when you play Alabama in the SEC, and it seems like they got 7 dudes deep that are 6'1" that are just racing down the field. The last Georgia receiver to go in the first round was AJ Green. Alabama's had 7 in that same time. Georgia's had great receivers, but they've really got to step in that position. I like Jacoby White. It's huge that he's going there, but they lose Nykar, and we'll see if they're able to get some other gems.
Yeah, good point. Good point by you, Craig. Definitely gonna be interesting to see how that looks and if Jacoby White can come in and play. But I think what Georgia's really nailing, as you mentioned, is the defensive side of the ball, especially defensive back, especially if what the rumors about KJ is true. You imagine adding him, and then you still got Malachi Starks coming back for another year, and you got DeMello Jones too. I mean, we seen how electric he was in the state championship game. He's gonna be a big great addition to them. He might be one of those players. He comes in the camp, impresses, getting first team reps come spring, getting first team reps come August. He's just that good. So I think they're doing, as you mentioned, a great job of just nailing the defensive side ball, especially the secondary spots.
DeMello Jones is so tough, and he is a leader on the field. Obviously, he did it all for Swainsboro these last few seasons, offense, defense. And then it reminds me almost, I think it was probably 6 years ago, a guy named Malcolm Parrish. He actually played quarterback at Brooks County. He was one of the highest rated DBs. He did play both at high school, and then he went in there and started immediately. I think Jacoby's going to compete for that position. And we saw the way he was hitting against Prince Avenue, disrupting the screen game. He understands that he flies around, and when they needed a big play all throughout this season, he was the guy that produced it. I think it's a huge pickup for DeMello Jones, an outstanding player, and a guy that probably be in our all-state conversation this season.
No, 100% is. And if you guys want to see that all-state list that is coming out very soon, me and Craig are putting together the top 50. We might extend it to 60, maybe 70. We're thinking about adding some O-linemen too, maybe like the top 5 O-linemen in the state, in our opinion, just to kind of hit almost every group. We probably won't do a punter or a kicker or anything like that, but we want to kind of add, all those positions. Last year, we did a lot of skill position groups, so we're probably going to add that in and maybe extend a little bit more and keep it at that 60, 70 spot with the new O-lineman added to the list. But, man, I think the big commitment of the day, just to kind of start at the top of the hour, man, was DeBron Gatlin going to South Carolina. I said I kind of felt it. It just made a lot of sense. They also got Jalil Solomon from Slot County. So I think they're doing a great job. I know, Craig, they're only ranked print out by you, but only ranked 18 right now on On3's industry team recruiting rankings. But I think they're doing a good job. You add him, Wendell Gregory, and Jalil Solomon. I think they're doing a good job recruiting here in the state of Georgia. And Gatlin is just a consistent player, right? He's a guy that you get the ball to in space, let him do his thing. He can get the 50-50 balls, goal ball. And he was just a consistent producer for Milton. Even when they were bringing in their new quarterback last year, Luke Nickel, he was getting his first starting reps. Now he's a state champion. So is DeBron. I just think he did a good job of recruiting here in the state, and he's going to be a great addition to the team.
Yes. So I felt like last year, DeBron, he was like the clear number 1 guy. I think this year, that Milton receiving core really expanded, and then he kind of found his own role in it. I mean, the way their offense works, it's like one guy gets going, then he gets going. But anytime DeBron's number is called, he's exceptional. His routes, he's just solid all around. He can make the catch. He's fast. He's physical. Blocks well. And South Carolina is having a strong push. For sure. And I joked with you. I think between UNC, Clemson, and South Carolina, when we watch them play in future seasons, it's going to look like the Georgia Elite Classic. They're absolutely loaded with our guys. Jalewis Solomon, Sly County. He's part of their historic run these last two seasons. DeBron Gatlin, obviously, he leads into a state title this year. Wendell Gregory steps up big in his senior year for Walton on that great defense, producing one of the best seasons they've ever had. Well, the best season they've ever had. And I think it's a really talented trio right there.
Yeah, 100% agreement. And UNC, as you said, is doing a great job. We're going to talk to Andrew Rosinski in a little bit, but they're doing a good job recruiting here in the state, and so is Clemson. They just flipped actually Elijah Thurman, the offensive tackle from Bradwell Institute. I think that's a good, interesting pick for them. I know the offensive line wasn't the best last year, but I think from what I heard in the rumors, Craig, is that he has a potential chance to get those first team reps and potentially start as a freshman going into that group. So that goes to show you how good he is, and obviously they're kind of lacking that need for Clemson going into next season.
Yep. I'm excited to talk a little bit about the offensive line this year because in years past, we've actually had a lot of 5-stars at the top of that statewide ranking. This year, it's not as top heavy. There's some solid prospects. We're obviously going to talk to one of them, but then the other one was Daniel Calhoun from Walton. Had a great season, and then he actually is already at UGA right now.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so he went there 3 days ago, and he's going to dress out for their bowl game. And there's a lot of question about him. Like, he's so big. People want to see him really step up, impose his will. Every time I watched him this season, he was getting after it. But he's going to his natural position now. He played left tackle for Walton. They needed him there. Now he's going into the interior. He's going to be downhill run blocking for Georgia. And everyone said he showed up 3 days ago and is already impressing them in these practices, holding his own and fighting for reps. So it's a big news. But offensive line is an interesting storyline this year. And you look below the class of 2024, that 2026, 2025, that's going to be a key position in the years to come. There are a ton of young guys. Juan Gaston, just a bunch of them.
No, 100%. Great point by you. The offensive line is going to look real interesting. And we forgot to mention also a guy that was sent out a year ago, and Bo Hughley, that's actually at Georgia right now. I mean, 6'7", 6'6", I believe. He's going to be interesting to watch, see if he's able to get some playing time going into next season. So, yeah, they're definitely doing a good job recruiting the O-line. They also got Malachi Tolliver as well. I believe he's from Cartersville. Yeah, so he's going to be interesting as well. So I think Georgia's doing a good job of recruiting in the state and also getting guys out of state, letting them one of the top cornerbacks in the country as well, and Elias Robinson. But, yeah, I 100% agree with you, Craig. Very, very interesting. But I got to ask you about Grayson. Committed yesterday. Obviously, got so much stuff to talk about, guys. But Jeff Davis going to Western Michigan. I think that's a good pickup for them. I think he's going to be a great just a fit for their program, right? He's a big, strong arm quarterback. He showed his mature and his growth. A lot of guys see him as a pocket passer, but he's much more than that. Just talk about just his season and what you think he can kind of just add, Craig, to that Western Michigan team.
I mean, I was impressed with him all year long. He put up great performances, whether it's Archer, he's going 21 of 25, or high percentage games. I think the one game where he didn't have a high percentage was, I think, the Milton game, but you had some banged up guys in the run game. Grayson had a great season. They battled adversity with a new coordinator, new coach, new staff. They produced their first ever 1,000-yard receiver with John Simeus.
That's crazy.
Yeah, all the great quarterbacks they had. He's coming from a Grayson program. They played one of the toughest schedules in the state this season. He had an outstanding year, and I think he's going to be ready to impress at the next level. He's physically blessed with his size, his arm strength, and it's going to be a lot of fun. He's a lefty, isn't he?
No, righty.
No, he's a righty.
Yeah, he's a righty. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff Davis, that's a big pickup. And it's guys like that. You talked to Travis Terrell yesterday, Jackson State. That is such a gem for them. I mean, this is a guy that led Creekside, both sides of the ball, multiple seasons. And, I mean, you were saying it. I mean, they're getting a guy that they know is going to come in there and be able to contribute. So, could Travis Terrell maybe try to go to a different program and wait in line? Theoretically, maybe, but no, he's going there, and the coaches know the type of player they're getting, the competitor. I think he's going to have a lot of success. I think the same is true with Jeff Davis.
I think you bring up a great point too. And what stood out to me about that interview was he said, "I went to a school and to a coach that wanted me for me. Like I didn't have to conform or do anything like that. Like you're gonna come in, you're gonna be an athlete. We can use you both sides of the ball." And I think that's a standout for some of these players. Sometimes it's just not about the money, Craig. I know we got the NIL, as you mentioned, and the 24 class have to deal with the transfer portal and everything together. But when you have a coach that wants you for you and they're gonna utilize your skill set, I definitely think that makes a difference. And I think that's what we're seeing. And I got to commend him too. I mean, he's going to a school that wants him, and then he's going to HBCU at that. A lot of people have not been going to Jackson State since Deion left, so he's like, "Well, I'm gonna go here, and I can still be successful." And I just love his energy and his hard hitting ability. Man, it's different, it's next level.
Yeah, if you're from Georgia, your name is Travis, and you're a baller. Jackson State's the place for you. Travis Hunter, Travis Terrell.
Yep.
Two of my favorite players to watch over the years. Both guys that played two ways. But what I like about Travis Terrell, when he was talking about just the state championship, he didn't get down over it. Yeah, they lost to Coffee. It was a tough game, but in the halftime speech, they're down big early. Coach Dixon, they come up to him and say, "We need you to make a play." He says, "I got you." How many guys know that they can go out there with this Coffee defense, number one defense in the state, and know that they can just make something happen? And he has that ability, he has that confidence where when you need him to do it, it doesn't matter what position on the field it is, he's going to get it done. There are not many players like that.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. I mean, he's been a special talent, and I've loved covering him. I told him, hopefully, he'll keep me just going to loop with his journey. But yeah, he's just one of those underrated guys, man. Me and you were impressed last year with him at the Corky Kale, and the consistency with him and Roger McCreary and rushing both combined for over 2,500 yards. I mean, that stuff like that is just impressive, man. And he's always been a great talent. I've always loved watching him play.
Yeah, and one more thing, he brought up from the Corky Kale his pick six, and he completely got hosed on that call.
He sure did.
Jumped the route perfectly.
Yep.
Pick six, clear as day. Tape doesn't lie, and they called it on pass interference. One of the worst calls I've seen all season. But that's the play he was talking about because the game was kind of over. They'd already iced it, but that would have been the exclamation mark, and they took it away from him. So he can do that too. I mean, yeah, he should have had that pick six. They robbed him of a touchdown interception this season. I saw it. I was on the sidelines. 100%.
No, 100%. Actually, I'm asking to you guys that are watching. We appreciate you tuning in. Just what questions you guys want us to answer before we obviously bring our guests on. And the top of the hour at 1 as well. Obviously, with KJ Bolden officially committing and signing. So, what questions do you want us to answer?
Everyone's going to be waiting for that. It looks like our first guest is going to be ready soon. It's going to be Anthony Falk from Coffee, one of their team captains this year. Played in that secondary that just really, I mean, you think about great secondaries. Back in the day, it was the Seahawks, the Legion of Boom. Coffee was on something else this year. You could not get open against them. They played man coverage the whole season. They played well together. And living the first ever state title. He's going to be early enrolling at Eastern Carolina. He just had his celebration. They got a big parade coming up on Saturday to celebrate it. So I know he's going to be excited. Great player, great leader, and just a special season. So he just got wrapped up. So he'll probably be joining us shortly. But that's Anthony Falk. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. And before we get to him, actually, so guys, we put it here. Definitely like, comment, subscribe, and put your questions there. But I want to talk about the big decommitment from a really great and special role player to the commitment to Clemson. We're going to show you guys on the screen right now. Craig, just what's your reaction to this? I thought this was big time for them. Landing a player of this caliber. I talked to some of my boys. They said they think he's going to end up being a linebacker on the next level, but I said I don't think so. I mean, I know 2% has him as a linebacker, but I just think he's a special player, and I think he's going to be able to come in and make a difference right now. He might be a redshirt, we'll see, but I don't see him projecting as a linebacker on the next level. What's your thoughts on that?
No, I think he's a safety, and he was, I mean, easily top 5 favorite player to watch this season. The physicality and what I like about him. Every single snap he's on the field, the intensity's there. It's almost like psychopathic the way he just wants to out physical the other team.
Literally.
He wants to lay the hammer. The most physical player I've seen in the state this season. We saw him on kickoff coverage. I think he's going to go to Clemson. They're going to put him on kickoff. He's an unbelievable open field tackler. They can put him in as a gunner. They can put him in any special team scenario. Where return game, blocking. He's a guy that goes out every single snap and wants to just play football. He's a football player through and through. And I just think at the next level, what have we seen with teams like Thomas County Central, Coffee? It's like you don't have to win games just by the fastest, most explosive player. If you have a guy back there that's just sure tackling, can hold the line on third downs, can guard in the perimeter, can get off blocks, you're going to find playing time on the field. So is he the most explosive guy with the speed? Probably not. But in terms of downhill players, if that's a favorable matchup, you're going up a team that wants to run the ball, maybe isn't the most dynamic passing, that's who you want roaming around at safety. Someone's going to come down and lay that big hit. I think he's only going to get better.
100%. Well, guys, we got some breaking news. We're going to actually have Joe Wilkinson on in a little bit. You guys see me sending out my phone. He said he is good to talk and to come on. So we're going to have him on a little bit. But we have Anthony Polk waiting right now. So we're going to stop the share screen. We're going to bring him on and talk to him. What's going on, Anthony?
What's up?
What's going on, man? How you feeling today, man? Big day today.
Feeling good.
100%, man. You're doing big stuff, man. This kind of describe for us this how it felt, man, to be able to kind of just play in that state championship game, man, in the bins and being able to go just play with your teammates, leave it all on the line, man, and host that trophy, man.
Man, it feel well, it's an unreal moment. For real, when you playing in there, then when you get the trophy and you look beside you and you look at the board, the brothers you've been playing with all your life, and you see that we won, man, no other feeling, man.
Yes, 100%, man. And then I just want to talk about just talk about us or let us know just kind of how it is, man, playing in Coffee. Like, what's the difference there? And how is the environment, man? A lot of us don't go. I heard Craig say like it's kind of like a swamp down there a little bit. Just kind of talk about how it is playing that Coffee, man, and being in that environment on Friday nights.
Man, it's crazy. The support system here is crazy, man. There's no other. We got probably the biggest stadium, biggest home side, probably in the South. Then when that filled up, man, the whole stadium just shaking. That's how it feels, man. That jump, real crazy.
Really? Okay. I'm
Go ahead, Craig. All right, can you hear me, Anthony?
Yes, sir.
All right, so when I talked to Coach Coe, he informed me, he said you are the first ever early enrollee out of Coffee County. So congratulations on that. And what was that like playing this season, knowing that you got to have everything ready to go to get to campus?
I really wasn't thinking about it. Well, I was trying to win the state championship. I really wasn't thinking about it until like somebody sent me a thing. It was like I leave in like a month. Then I was like, oh snap! I really leave in a month. That really hit me, and I'm like, okay, it's gonna get for real. It's gonna get real quick.
Yeah, and this season, I mean, you're a team leader, you're a captain, you're in this secondary. You guys have the best defense in the state statistically. How did you guys do it just week in and week out, not losing that focus and just building to that big win and unforgettable performance against Creekside?
Man, it's like we play as a brotherhood. So once we playing, we like know we got each other backs and all that stuff. That's how I really put in. And we sacrifice for each other. That's the main thing. We just go out there and compete, knowing that they probably got bigger boys and all that stuff, but we like sacrifice our body for somebody else to make the play. That's the main thing.
Yeah, and what do you like about East Carolina being able to go up there? You obviously made your decision, you're early enrolling, but what stood out just about being able to go there and continue your career?
I like it's a big city. I like that. Hey, it's a big city. I like the big city and the coaching staff. The coaching staff is unreal. I really like the coaching staff, man, all that stuff. Yes, sir.
And then you had your ceremony today at the school. Tell us what that was like. Who was able to attend and see you?
Really, all my family, then all my teammates and all that stuff, and some of the coaches, some of my teachers came. It was
awesome. And then I want to ask about just the state championship game. What was it like? How comfortable were you out there in the moment, knowing you guys have faced so many good offenses, so many good receivers. We talked about Sokovie White earlier. You guys shut out Cass, gave him a blank. I mean, how confident were you? Just it didn't matter who you guys were going to go up against. Just you guys were going to play together and close this thing out.
We always go in the game confident. They probably have a good player, but we always try to probably put two on him or something like that just to eliminate him and let somebody else beat us. That's the main thing. That we do to start these big time receivers and all these offenses and all that.
And then how does it feel to be a state champion? I mean, has it soaked in? I know you guys have your big parade coming up this weekend. I mean, how does it feel just to look back on the season, 15-0, first ever state title at Coffee? How's it sunk in?
Man, it still ain't sunk in yet, man. For real, 'cause it was the first. We was the first to do it. That's the crazy thing. That's what we don't understand. That's what we don't got in our head, and everybody keep on telling us like, man, y'all the first to ever do something. And it was like it's still like, man, can't believe the dream come true. Cause we were talking about this since like ninth grade, eighth grade. It was like, but we're gonna be the first ones to do it to win state and all that stuff. And to have it here, we like crazy, it's unbelievable. Then you got all the fans and all that stuff. That's crazy. It's
No,
unbelievable.
it's amazing. And then, what was it like? I know Coach Coast said you guys stayed at the same hotel that you did against Cartersville, but just going back to Atlanta, knowing like one more high school game to close this thing out. How excited were you just knowing that was going to be your final high school game?
I mean, I wasn't even excited. It was like, really was like another game. We treated every game like another game, even the last game. We didn't. We wanted to play again another game after we won the state championship game. So it was like, it really was crazy though. At the same time, man. Now I sat down. Sat down. I got home. Like that was my last game. Cause it's nothing like Friday Lights. You can see all you want to about the college and all that. It's nothing like the Friday Night Lights, man.
Absolutely. And then Coach Co said you guys stopped at Buc-ee's on the way back. He said the whole town was there. He said all the players were there. You guys were doing chants in there. What was that like just to see all the people that traveled up just taking over Buc-ee's?
Man, that was really one of the craziest things. Cause I ain't gonna lie, when we won the trophy, I look up in the stands. I'm like, man, we got the whole side filled up, and I already know how that. I already knew. I was like, man, this support system is crazy.
No, it's so amazing. And so you mentioned just 1 month left. I mean, what are you going to do before you hit to campus just to get ready to bring your talents there?
Man, really, I don't know. I'm gonna try to spend time with my family, spend time with friends and all that stuff as much as I can. Cause I don't know when I'm gonna be able to come back. So spend all the time with them and all that stuff. And probably have a cookout or something for my going away party and all that.
And yep. And if you can hear me, just talk a little bit about, man, that relationship you built with head coach Mike Cole. I mean, he had so much success in Florida. He comes up. I mean, he leads you guys to the first ever state championship. Just talk about just what we don't see on a day-to-day basis. You get to see from him just coming in and leading you guys.
He's a unbelievable guy. The right guy to come in and take a place. It's like, man, I get word can't explain Coco, man. He really a man. That's a man that he be trying to make us into, not football players. He try to make us into man, and that's what people don't see. People always, you know what I'm saying? He make us into man. That's one thing. The most
Yes,
important
sir.
thing.
No, 100%. And then talk about just the younger kids, Anthony, just being able to kind of mentor them, showing them, hey, man, this is what it takes to be able to play at this high of a level. This is what it takes to see greatness and be able to host the first ever state championship. Just talk about that and trying to mentor them for the young kids coming up, man, so they can have the same success you guys had.
Right. For the young kids, we the ones that paid. We the paid. We done set that standard. So we done set the standard for the young kids. So they understand it's like, okay, they won state, so now we gotta double up and do it again. It's like all our young kids, like we had our ninth grade go undefeated. I think our eighth grade won state, seventh grade came in second place, I think. So we got some good young kids coming up, and they gotta understand like that's the standard we done set. So I want them to go past us and double it up, man.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. And then talk about, man, just in practice going against that battering ram, man, and Fred Brown every day, man. How does that make y'all guys better, man? Just talk a little bit about that, man. I know after practice, y'all boys had to be tired. Just talk about going up against him every day in practice, man.
Man, we always talk junk to him and all that stuff, man. we always be like, bro, you not that fast, man. Then he be like get in front of him, I'm run you over. So we always used to go at it at practice and all that stuff. It'd be a good times and all that. Real deal though, best in the state.
Yeah, Rusty said it's like trying to tackle an igloo cooler coming at you. Just yeah,
one time he came at me, and I was like low to the ground. He still ain't down. Man, that man, that beast. He a beast.
Wow. And just talk a little bit about, man, just your favorite experience, man, just playing high school football, whether it was this year, your junior year, freshman. Just what was your favorite memory, man, for playing the sport in high school that you'll always cherish and remember?
Some people probably say the state championship, but my favorite memory was beating Waycross in the region championship, man. Beating Waycross in the region championship. It was like, I think it was more louder than the state championship game. It real packed. And we beat them. We shut them out. They only had like 5 points, man. That was an unbelievable moment.
Wow, no, definitely was, man. And then talk real quick just about the defense, man. I mean, like you said, you guys had a bunch of shutouts this year. I mean, you're holding elite teams to a little bit of points that you just mentioned with Waycross. Just how were you guys able just to day in, day out, week in, week out, just be able to kind of put those performances up defensively?
Because we like I'm saying, we used to play as a unit. We play as a brotherhood. We used to play for each other. That's the main thing. Play for each other. And we had one of the best. We had the best defensive coach, Granado, the best defensive coach. So he taught us everything we know. We said we got to play for each other. Play for the defense. We got to play for each other, man. So that's the main thing. We got to communicate. And once like the backside started communicating and the middle linebacker started fitting the gaps right, man, it was over with.
Wow. I got one more, and I'll throw it back to Craig. Just you see these guys in practice every day. Tell us the guys coming up, man. We should watch. We should keep an eye on going into next year. Just the young guys or the juniors, the upcoming seniors. I feel like sometimes Coffee don't get a lot of love, man. So who's some guys we should watch coming forward for the Trojan program?
We got the other corner that was on the that right next to me on the left side, Jaden Hancock, number 5. Then you got another DB, Isaiah Johnson, number 9. Then you got all our middle linebackers, Jack Carter, 23, Smitty, I forgot his name. I don't know the full name. It's a long name. Smitty though, number 11. Okay. Then you got Iverson Gifford, and on the offensive side we got KJ the Bruce, Tyrese Hansley, James Gerard, Lil Tim. Trying to think of everybody. I'm trying not to miss nobody out. The whole offensive line. I think two of them gone, but it's the whole offensive line that real solid, man. The big boy that helped out Fred Brown back there. Then we got Braco.
Yeah, I seen him. Yeah, he impressed me at the state championship. Yeah, he can ball. Yeah,
balling, man. To get on the ball.
Was that Hancock that had that final pick for you guys?
Yeah, Jada Hancock, number 5.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah,
that was sweet. And then you talked defensively about playing together as a unit, but it's funny because you guys all just played man the entire time. So it's like you're all each accountable for your responsibility. So how did playing man coverage against some of these big time receivers all season long, how do you think that's going to help you at the next level?
I think it's going to help me a lot because we really ain't have, like you said, we ain't have no help. We ran man the whole time. So I feel like everybody on our defensive core is a man-to-man type of receiver. They can play anything. Man zone, cover 2, cover 3, cover 4. They can play anything. So I think that's gonna help me at next level, being versatile and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then another thing about corner that Coach Go was pointing out, it's like you have to have a short-term memory. I mean, if a bad play happens, which in your case this season, a lot of good plays happen defensively. A lot of teams going 3 and out and getting pushed back, but how, as a corner, are you able to just shake off the mistakes when you have all these big responsibilities, playing man, covering the entire side of the field, just being able to go back up, line up, and take that next snap?
I always treat it as like, okay, I done got you play because you ain't get the ball. You got me one time. You got one. You got one in my 20. That's what I always think of. I ain't losing the matchup, so we're finna go back out and we're finna go again. That's what I always think of.
And then when you're analyzing your own film, what are you kind of looking at? Is it your footwork? I mean, are you looking at the details, or how do you just analyze your own game?
I look at what did I did last game that I can do better this game. So I look at probably a bad play I did, then I go back to the next game, look at it, see if I did anything better than what I did last game. That's what I look at most.
And then who else from Coffee in this senior class, such a special senior class? I know some of them were still looking at signing later on, but did anyone else get to sign today?
Nah, nobody else get to sign today.
See, early enrolling, they're going to wait on it. But I'm sure people that watch that game,
right. I'm so people gotta look out. People gotta look out. Start recognizing, man. We got some players out here in Coffee, man, for real.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. No, I saw people at the game, and they were like, "Man, I think Coffee could be playing in this 7A game right now."
Yeah.
The way you guys showed up, it's like
right.
No one wanted that.
No, they didn't want to smoke.
No, man.
We're up in 7A. They're like, "Oh, South Georgia or Gwinnett's not in the finals for the first time." And then what happens? Thomas County Central and Coffee go undefeated, come up to Atlanta and just handle business for sure.
Handle business.
Yeah. And you guys got to – what game did you get to see the day before? Was that the 2A one?
We seen Perry and Stockbridge.
Yeah, that's right.
And we got a little bit of Pierce game, I think.
What did you think of that game?
What, the Pierce game?
Well, yeah, the end of that, but the Perry Stockbridge, because it's a big win for Perry too. But what did you see in that game?
Perry some dogs. They defense is crazy. Defense is crazy.
Nah, he ain't lying.
Yeah, they were flying around.
Yeah, and then they had to tackle that big back. You know what I'm saying?
Jaden
Scott. I mean, that ain't easy to do. Well, I got one more, man. I'll let you go. And just as far as just, I know this is, sometimes kids don't look at this, but just as far as just leaving a legacy, man, just what do you want to be remembered for? Whether that's on the field, off the field, just what's Anthony Park's legacy that you want to leave, going forward for either kids or just your community, your family? What is that for you?
I want to leave a legacy of what that ain't got his grades, ain't got all this. Probably look at the dreads and all that stuff. He still got his grades. He still got all that. But one thing, I want people to learn that you don't gotta follow everybody to get where you want to go in life. Like me, I'm leaving early, so I don't want to get in all that. And main thing is, I want to be known for ain't left and be successful. That's the main thing.
Yeah, you got a good head on your shoulders, man.
Well, I know. I mean, what you guys did this season, being able to accomplish it. There's not many people that know what it feels like to have a perfect season, go undefeated. And I think the main thing for me, it's high school. A lot of people think that it's that's the most fun time of your life, but you guys realize you have to sacrifice, put in the work, do things that aren't necessarily fun in order to get the results. And obviously, you guys have done it. So. Anthony, congratulations. It's a big day for you. First ever early enrollee, state champs, team captain. I really appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Congrats, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, y'all. So that's Anthony Polk, man. Appreciate them coming on, man. We got a jam-packed day, man. The 4 people tuning in, man. So definitely, man. We're going to have a lot of people tuning in today. A lot of people coming in. Got Andrew Rosinski. We're going to have Joe Wilkinson. The Clemson signee officially today. And then we're going to have also Ryan Barrett, the East Tennessee signee as well, man. So we're going to take a quick short break, come back on the other side, look at some news, man, and then look to bring on our next guest. So just bear with us. We'll be right back.
What you doing? Hey, just finishing this claim to get Dave back on the road. Nice. I wonder what Dave's doing.
You do your thing. We've got you covered.
Dang, where you get this car?
You need to join the union.
The union?
Absolutely. You can get 10 of these.
Union construction workers earn the highest wages with the best benefits and the most protection in the construction industry. Find your career in construction. Go to GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com and start your future today.
Hey, is the power off on this?
I don't know. Just take it off.
Safety violation, unsafe work conditions.
In the construction trades unions, safety is our highest priority, and we train you to recognize and speak out on unsafe working conditions so that everyone arrives and goes home safely. Learn about careers in construction at georgiaconstructioncareers.com.
All right, guys, welcome back to National Signing Day Special. Again, Najee Wilkins with Craig Sager. So that was Anthony Polk, man, doing big things down there in Coffee. That's why I want him to highlight some of the players down there, man. I don't feel like they get the love that they deserve. Craig does an awesome job, I think, of just bringing on the head coach, Mike Coe, and being able to talk to him, man. But we got another guy that's ready to go right now, Joe Wilkinson. Got a chance to cover him for a while now in the Corky Kale Dave Hunter Classic. He officially committed to and signed with the Clemson Tigers, but he's in the waiting room. We're going to go ahead and bring him on. This is Joe Wilkinson from the Rome Wolves.
What's going on?
What's going on, Joe? What's up, man? I got Craig too, man.
What's going on?
Pretty well.
Congrats. Thank
Not
you.
much, man. How's everything?
Oh, amazing.
So man, we gotta talk a little bit. Obviously, we'll talk about the season, but we gotta talk a little bit about the commitment, man. So I know you had App State, man. You were locked in for a while, man. So kind of walk us through, man, what kind of happened in that process, and then what made Clemson kind of feel like home, man? Like, this is the place for me.
Well, when I was little, I used to always go to the little Clemson football camps, and I just growing up, I knew in the back of my mind that if I ever had a chance, I was gonna jump on it, most definitely. And then they've been kind of talking to me for the past 2 years, because they're just trying to get their stuff worked out, and then got the FaceTime call from Dabo, told me I got an offer.
Froze up for a sec.
Dang it. Okay. Sorry, Joe. You had froze up, man. Repeat what you said. You said you got the FaceTime call from Dabo. That's where you left off.
I got the FaceTime call from Dabo, and I told him I was coming. As soon as he told me I got the offer, I told him I was coming.
Yes, sir. I mean, I know that had been an amazing feeling for you. I've heard through the grapevine that was your dream school too, man.
Oh, it's always been the dream school. I'm not going to lie to you.
That's awesome. So that all went down yesterday, right?
No, this was Thursday night.
Okay.
Last week. Okay.
And then the commitment came yesterday. Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Nice, man. And then how excited are you just to go play, obviously, for your dream school, man? But just, I'm pretty sure you know this, but just the success that they've been having, the freshmen coming in. I mean, we've seen a lot of guys enter the transfer portal, go to different schools, but the success of a Shelton Lewis, right, from Stockbridge, the success of an Avion Terrell from Westlake, the success of Khalil Barnes from Norfolk County. How excited are you just for that, just to know, hey, man, if I come in, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, man, I can potentially get some playing time early on and be successful in this program?
Oh, yeah. I just need to, especially for something like that to happen, I just need to go in there, need to get a little bigger, a little faster, and then anything's possible because they have great coaching there.
Yeah, and I don't know how many tackles you had this season, Joe, but I think you made a lot of those tackles count. You're one of the most physical players I've ever seen play the game. I love every snap. You bring the same attitude. So what is it about just playing at Rome, the football, the toughness that you just really brought to your game? And what you showed this senior season that you think stood out?
Well, I feel what makes me so special is that I always got that chip on my shoulder, trying to prove people that I deserve where I'm at, and I'm going to work for everything I need to get to wherever it is. And that and plus putting on for your city is the best feeling. Walking around downtown, hey, aren't you the kid who plays for Rome High School? Yeah. That's the best.
Yeah. Special feeling.
Oh, yeah.
Joe, one of my favorites when we were at the Hughes game, my buddy Brendan Langley, he played at Cal, played at Georgia, ended up going into the league a couple seasons. He came to the game and goes, who should I watch out for? And I said, number 22. I said, trust me. Like, he's the hardest hitter ever. And then he was standing right on the sideline when you came down on that kickoff. And before the guy can even haul it in off the bounce, you one of the hardest tackles I've ever seen in my life. He comes over to me and he goes, that guy plays with bad intentions. And I was like, I tried to tell you. And so I think anyone that saw Rome play, I mean, if they were listening to the game, they heard your name a million times. But, man, it's the physical hits. It's the tackling. So how have you been able to just become a good tackler, get the leverage, but really just maximize your size and just bring that?
Well, like, all up to the coaches who, like, taught me, like, how to tackle, like not just, like, running there with your head down or just go all shoulder. Like, I feel like I had great coaches telling me, like, how to tackle and all that. But really, like, what I do is that, like, you don't think about how big the dude is, how little the dude is. Just try to run through him.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that they might play offense and defense, but when I see you, it's like you're clearly a defensive player. You have the mindset and you're willing just to put your body in the play like that. So what is it about playing defense that you just love so much?
Oh, I just love, like, the physicality. Like, I feel like offense has physicality, but offense, physicality, and defense, like, are like two different things. I just love the defensive side of it.
Yeah, and it's not just the big hits. You had some big plays, the interceptions. Najeh saw the pick sixes.
Oh my
you had
Lord.
a couple of those this year. Some diving interceptions.
Yeah.
So what is it about the secondary?
I had to show him I was fast. I had to.
You had to show him you could move.
Exactly.
Yeah, but just talk about that to Craig's point, just that big playability. Obviously, I know you love physicality, but talk about that. Just being in the right spot at the right time, just making a play on the ball. Sometimes you get DBs, they can't make a play on the ball, but you obviously possess that. Just talk a little about that big playability.
My playability?
Yeah, your big playability. Yeah, on defense side of the ball.
I feel like never let the moment be too big for you. Like just don't even think about what's happening. Like, just try to do whatever you can do. That's really.
Respect that. And then I want to talk about the defense, Joe. What was the big step you thought, okay, this defense got a chance to be special, right? I mean, you guys had guys last year, right? It was you, Stephon Green. I mean, this year you got Justin Terrell, the NC State commit yourself, got Jaden Harmon, who's a heavily recruited 4-star player. What was I told Craig, I said, I feel like they got a dude on every single level, defensive line, linebacker, and then at the safety spot. But what in your eyes made the difference from last year, which was a really good defense? But I mean, like, I'm talking about a fantastic defense this year. What was the difference in your eyes?
Honestly, I felt like we had a great D-line, so they didn't have time. But then when you have, like, me rolling down on the edge and then Vegas Jaden Harmon right there, you just, like, where are you going to go? Like, there's nowhere to go for real.
Yeah, and that's what actually Justice Savage, after the Hughes game, he came over to me and Brandon, and he was like, I don't know. I don't have any room to run. They're loading the box. I'm like, I've never played a game like this where it's just so difficult to get in the yards. But where do you see yourself at the next level? Because you do a great job at recognizing the play, coming downhill. But where's your ideal position? Is it Roman's a free safety, strong safety, or just wherever they're going to plug you in?
Wherever I can play. Hey, I'm not going to be picky. As long as I can take the field, that's all that matters.
And then I know once you get to Clemson as a dream school, I feel like that's just going to – I mean, you're already motivated to show your stuff out there, but what's it going to be like to be on campus, be a part of this program?
I feel like now it's just time to take that, like, another step forward. Like, everything that you proved in high school, that doesn't mean anything in college anymore. Like, because you still got to prove yourself every single day. So I'm just going to have to walk in with the same mindset.
Well, I'm going to let you know, Joe, you might know this already. You probably already visited, but, hey, man, that Death Valley environment is different. I've been there a couple times just covering kids and just being in that environment. So I know it's going to be special for you, man, especially to play in, man. That environment at Clemson is just next level. But what's your plan right now? Like, when do you officially obviously enroll in school? Is it this week, next week? And then as far as just the training, I know now is the offseason, they're going to have their bowl game. Are you going to kind of practice with the team with their bowl game? Like, what's kind of the next steps for you with the Clemson program?
I'll be honest, I don't know all the details right now, but I know I'm going down for the bowl, and my like official move-in date is January 7th. So that should be fun.
And then you talked about the FaceTime call with Dabo, but did any Clemson coaches get to actually see you play in person this year?
Not this year. Last year, you know how Steph went to Clemson.
That's right.
Coach went down there, watched Steph, and apparently he went back and was like, Joe's pretty good now. Joe's pretty good.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love it was after the Hughes game. I was like, Joe, good game, man. You're like, I try. I try. I try. It's like, yeah.
Hey.
But no, I love the attitude, man.
Listen.
You have fun out there.
Listen, I try to have fun wherever I'm at. I try my best. Sometimes it's real good. Sometimes it ends with Coach Reed screaming at me. You never know.
That's true. That's true. And then Joe, talk just a little bit about what Rome kind of just obviously means to you, and then too just about kind of that mentorship aspect. I know you're going off to school, but just I know you're a senior, one of the captains on the team. Just being able to lead that impact on the kids coming up and knowing, okay, hey, this is what Rome football is. This is the standard. This is what we need to do. Just talk a little bit about that as well.
Well, I feel like Rome has always like represented like physicality. Like back in the day, Adam Anderson, Mad Dog, Bubba, like those were all dudes. Oh, Jamarcus Chapman, Quan, like all physical dudes. And like offense, Jemias, like I feel like everybody just grew up watching that. Like I remember going to the games and being like, I want to be like him one day. I want to be like him. And I hope I do the same to like people younger than me. Because I remember being in the backyard just like, oh, Mad Dog hit stick. Like I wanted to be like them so bad.
The Mad Dog hit stick. I mean, you did win Region Defensive Player of the Year.
Very
and
impressive.
Then do you have older brothers that went through the program? Is that what I heard?
Yes, my older brother Bryant. He played DN.
Okay. So what did he think about the commitment, the big offer, and just being able to get to see you play in Clemson?
Oh, he was so happy. Like he was so happy for me. Like there's like he's the only like everybody in my family is like Alabama fans. He's the like Clemson fan. Oh, and he was so happy. He was like, Joe's going to Clemson. Joe's going to Clemson.
Hey, if y'all get a chance to play him, you can stick it to him.
Oh.
No, we were all pumped, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. And then a couple more, we'll let you go, Joe. Just what's just your favorite thing, man, just from playing just high school football, man? We got to see you a couple years. Just what was your favorite thing, man? Just high school memory that you'll always just cherish, man.
Oh, high school memory that I always remember would be last year's Langston Hughes game. Something about that game.
Wow.
I got two. The Langston Hughes game last year, because I felt like that made us so motivated. Like it really pushed our team to be better. And then my second memory that I always remember was, I think it was Etowah when I knocked the kid's helmet off. I'll always remember that.
I got to go back and watch that.
That's that physicality.
Yeah, I gotta watch that game, because if you're saying it's a big hit, it must have been.
No, for sure. I mean, you'll never forget those, man. No, definitely not. And then talk about just that week one, man. Just that special environment. 4 years for you, obviously. Joe, being able to play on Corky Kell, being able to play on Peachtree TV, Peachtree Sports Network. How fun was that game, man? Just week one going up against a really good and talented Cavs team, but just that defense kind of just setting the tone for the season, man. Just talk a little bit about that game and you winning Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, Defensive Player of the game that game as well.
Well, I feel like that game had a lot of meaning because they're only like 30 minutes down the road. Everybody knows them. But like, I feel like that game was a lot about bragging, right? Like if you run into them, my team, like felt about it. Like that's what that game was. And then it helped that our one defensive player of the game balled out that game.
Sure did.
Yeah, the thing I remember about that game was the first couple of days of Corky, I mean, all the games were blowouts, and everyone's like, no, this is the one that's going to be close. Cass Rome's going to be close. Then you guys just shut them down.
They were a good team. Like, they were.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. I mean, they were 4 seed, beat a 1 seed, but it's just like they could not get nothing going. Like, y'all was forcing turnovers. I mean, it was crazy. I was coming down hitting hard. Like, that's when you knew, like, okay, like this Rome defense, like, you knew last year was good, but you know, it was like, okay, this Rome defense is for real. They're not playing no games.
Yeah, they didn't even try to run the ball on you guys.
And then I want to get some love too, Joe. Just talk about obviously he's an underrated player, but you know, just committed to East Tennessee State. What was it like, man, just playing with Reese Fountain, man, just going up against him in practice every day and having him kind of lead you guys to some good success? Talk a little about that.
Oh, listen, me and Reese used to, you know, talk junk to each other every day in practice. Like, I would be like, you ain't going to complete this pass on this side. And I feel like that little competition just made, like, wide receivers better, corners better, linebackers better. Like, when we did 7-on-7, because, like, when they hear, like, people, like start kind of, like, going at it, they're like, oh, okay. And start, like, getting that little, like, that feeling, like, you know, like, oh,
No, 100%. And then I want to ask Joe, who do you like kind of model your game after? I know you mentioned just the Rome legends that came through the program, but just talk about like somebody you model your game after that's really left an impact on you, whether it's today, whether it's in college right now or NFL, just a guy you take bits and pieces from, you add to your game.
Oh, I would say when I was little, and Brian Dawkins highlights all the time, and I thought I think that's really what set me up.
Say it again. You said Sean Taylor, right? You had cut out.
Yeah, Sean Taylor and Brian Dawkins.
That's funny because Sammy Brown's obviously going to Clemson, and when he was asked, he said Ray Lewis.
But they're all big hitters, though. It's
those
crazy.
Physical highlight tapes.
Oh yeah.
I think what you're going to see too, Craig, just especially with Joe and obviously with Sam, I think you're going to see some hard-hitting Clemson teams. I mean, obviously we've seen the physicality. Had Jeremiah Trotter, obviously got Ryan Barrett coming back, but I think adding him and things like that, I think you're going to see some hard-hitting teams in the future for Clemson.
Absolutely. And then in terms, you talked about wanting to get a little bigger and stuff, but what are your weight room numbers looking at? I know Power Queen, that's huge for defensive players, being able to explode up, and that's going to help out. But how confident do you feel in your numbers just going into the college level?
I'll be honest, I've been maxed out in like a year, but I feel like I've definitely gotten stronger than my last maxes. But there's always room to improve. Like, I don't think any of my numbers right now are like good enough.
100%. And then a couple more, Joe. Just as far as just dietary, like, are you real strict on your diet, man? Like kind of walk us through kind of that, just be able to stay in kind of that peak form and condition. I know it's working out a lot, but diet obviously is a big factor. Just talk a little bit about that.
Oh, I'm the wrong person to talk about diet to. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Taco Bell $1 menu. Hey, you're right every time.
I love it, Joe. Joe just keeping it real.
I know. No, you'll be eating good on campus.
Hey, you know what, Joe? You might be. I don't know if you ever watched him, but he's one of my favorite players of all time. Chad Johnson. You know, he used to eat McDonald's before games and go out and ball. So.
Oh yeah.
You know, so sometimes you just that elite. You know what I'm saying? No matter what you eat, you just a baller. You know.
That's awesome. And anyone who on this Clemson team, like from this past season, are you excited to kind of get to know and just go up there and join forces with?
I would love to play with my boy Steph again. Like that's I feel like that would be the biggest thing. I'm not gonna lie. A little a Rome takeover in college, maybe. You never know.
They're definitely recruiting you guys hard. Well, Joe, man, we want to say, man, just thanks so much for taking this time out of your busy day, man. Tell Big Wilk we said thank you, and tell him I especially said thank you, man. That brother love, we might be related, but tell him I said thanks, man. Just appreciate you coming on, man, and just sharing a little bit about your journey and obviously the big Clemson committing antagonist to that, man. And just stay in touch, man. Just let us know about your journey, man. Love to bring you on. We do a college show too, man. So, you know, whenever you have time, I know you're gonna be busy with NIL and all that stuff, and college and all that bunch of stuff that you got going on, man, and in school. But just whenever you want to come back on, man, don't hesitate.
Yes, sir. Hey, thank you for having me on.
Yes, sir.
Congrats, Joe.
Congrats, man. All right, guys. So there goes Joe Wilkinson, man, standout player, man. Just appreciate him spending a little bit of time, man. That's the second guest so far, man. So we hitting the ground running, man. A lot of fun. We still got a couple more guests we're gonna bring on later, man. But top of the hour, it's 1 o'clock, man. I think we got to check our Twitter feed, Craig, and see what's going on with the Buford Wolves in the program. And see what's popping on right now. So, guys, bear with us. We're gonna check the Twitter sphere right now, or X, as you call it. So just going to see what's going on with that. Any big moves right now as far as the program of Buford. Let's see. And actually, we'll take you guys on the journey with us and share the screen.
They've got it live right here.
Okay, and Craig is watching it live. So I'm going to share my screen with you guys to see any just big updates. Let's see, this is the Twitter sphere right now. Oh, looks like what's his name flipped, huh? Dylan Williams who committed to Marshall. Look, he flipped to James Madison.
They had a good season.
They sure did. That's a big flip for them. Let's see, I don't really see anything.
There's a lot of people at the KJ thing.
Yeah, surprising.
11 lives there.
Well, that is pending. So we'll have updates on that, guys, as soon as we know. But nothing really on the Twitter sphere right this second. So we're going to go back to us. But we'll keep you guys abreast of that. If we see anything break, obviously we'll talk about that.
Brandon live, so we'll see.
Dog Nation is live. I'm sure Rusty is live on his channel as well. Dogs HQ right now. So, yeah, all the Georgia guys are live. So we're going to see kind of just what happens with that. So keep it locked for that. But what else just stood out to you, Craig?
Oh, look at that. That's from Media Day.
Oh, yeah, that was from Media Day. Yup. Nice. But they're getting it going. They'll announce that soon. Buford, as you guys know, it's a top-notch program here in the state of Georgia. So Edric Houston, also KJ, will announce it soon. We'll obviously talk about that. But what else has just stood out to you, Craig, as we wait the decision for them? And just talk a little about the Buford program.
With Buford, I mean, the running back position has always been super solid. I mean, last year, obviously, but I just thought this year it almost felt like they were a sideshow from like the main 7A narrative. Like they never established themselves. Like if you look back at their seasons, like what was their best game? They had a couple blowouts in there, but against like a top program, I thought they underachieved a little bit. It was a tough season, but yeah, all season long they just never looked like the top tier team. Milton did at the end, but I think it was still a fun season. But it's just hard to win a state championship. It doesn't matter how many top guys you have. It takes a lot more than that. So I know it's disappointing for Buford. They were on quite a run. Coach Appling won 3 straight to start things off, but the Walton upset last year and then another quick playoff exit. I mean, it's tough. 7A football, it's a different animal, but I think KJ, he played outstanding every single game. He was clearly the MVP of the team this season, produced all their big plays on both sides of the football. And I think if you look back at some of the best players that come through Buford over the years, he's up there for sure. Like, unbelievable season. He did everything he could.
No, 100%, man. He was obviously one of the best players. Obviously, he's going to make our top 60 list, top 50 list as one of the best players in the state. Obviously, last year, our top player was Caleb Downs. He definitely will be in that conversation yet again.
Caleb Downs.
Yeah, I mean, you see, I talked to his dad numerous of times, know him well.
What a football family.
Yeah, all SEC, All-American. I mean, just a phenomenal talent, man. And then his other son, Josh Downs, is playing in the NFL right now. So,
yeah, with Caleb, I mean, look at Mill Creek last year. They win 7A. They have another good year this year. I think if they had one more piece of Caleb Downs this year, they would have potentially won again. I mean, they just needed, against Camden County, they had trouble stopping that run. If Caleb Downs is playing safety, they're getting some more stops. Trust me on that.
Maybe even Jamal Anderson is at Clemson right now.
I mean, they were like one piece away, and it's guys like that. I mean, they were a great team. But then Caleb Downs came in as a freshman when Mill Creek, when that state championship bunch was really coming into their own to be able to get that. he was starting against Dom Blaylock as like a freshman in the Corky Cal. I mean, he was thrown into the fire from the start, did everything for Mill Creek, literally, except kick the ball. He threw touchdown passes, he ran, and so it was a no-brainer when he's going to the next level. Well, that's the best safety in the country last year. That's where KJ's at. He's at that level. It's unbelievable. And then before that, you brought up Malachi Starks, and he was another versatile player. He played quarterback and safety while he was at Jefferson. So the safety position
in Georgia,
it's guys that are quarterbacking the defense that also have the ability to run offensive plays. Truly special talent, and KJ, he's going to make a big impact no matter where he goes, and he moves differently. He's not as big physically as Caleb, but his athletic skills is unbelievable.
Yes, 100%, man. Definitely a special talent, special player. But yeah, that is at the top of the hour. Everybody is tuned into that. Maybe we'll get a big flip for that, but we're going to react to that as soon as we get news. As far as that, with KJ and obviously with the beautiful program. So just waiting around a little bit for that. Also got two more guests coming on, as I mentioned, Andrew Rosinski, and then we also got the East Tennessee State commit, Ryan Barrett, man. So that'll be a lot of fun talking to them. Hope you guys have been enjoying the signing day special today. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Again, any questions you want us to add or ask us, get at us on our Twitter handles. Actually, right now, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube live, go ahead and ask them in, and we'd love to address anything you guys want to suggest. But Craig's looking at it right now, man. Georgia has the number one class according to On3 and 247. So what just stands out about the Georgia class?
DB Ellis Robinson, everything I've heard about him is he's the best cornerback and the best player in this Georgia class. And that normally a Georgia insider wouldn't want to point out one guy because it's like, oh no, there's so many gems in this class. But apparently this guy is just that athletically gifted. IMG Academy, that stands out too. You're basically coming from the transfer portal when you look at the type of prospects he was matched up with and playing with all season long. I think Ellis Robinson's a big one. And then the rest of it, I mean, Georgia's done a good job getting guys from different states. The number one player from Texas, linebacker Justin Williams, done good within the state of Georgia. I mentioned Daniel Calhoun coming out, making a big impact. But, I mean, they really, I think if you went back and looked at previous classes, this one's really spread out in terms of all over the country. I mean, and then Mater Day, who was that? Yeah, Nate Frazier, the one we talked about, the big pickup recently. So you play at Mater Day, you're the real deal.
No, for sure. And Craig, I guess you reaction to some breaking news last night. I don't know if you saw it, but London Merritt actually transferred out of Woodward Academy. He's actually enrolling at IMG Academy. That's the really impressive edge rusher. What's your thoughts on that? That was broke last night. Just what's your reaction?
It's not the biggest surprise. Woodward's had some, I'm trying to think all the players they've had move out to other programs. People forget Eric Gilbert played his freshman year at Woodward Academy before going to Marietta. So they've had big prospects go to IMG or go to 7A programs. So it's not as surprising, but I think with Woodward, they're going to have guys move in, guys move out. And obviously going to IMG, you're going there for one thing, and that's to get ready for college.
Plain and simple, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I was looking at their complexes, man. It's insane. It's like a college.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, it's every sport too. Last year, Parkview was number one in baseball. They went down to IMG. I'm like, all right, guys, let's see how they do. And it was 15-0 in the third inning. I'm like, they're that good. They're that good. So I think it's kind of like, yeah, you combine the facilities and then guys from all around the country going down there. It's crazy. And obviously basketball is the same sort of deal with these academies and big time programs honing in talent from all over.
Yup, 100%. But yup, KJ is live right now looking at his Instagram. So I think everybody's waiting to react to those news. So got that on the Instagram handle. Like I said, as soon as we know, we will officially react to that. See some other big news, Craig, too. Before that, I'm trying to remember what I saw. I seen any big. It was like a flip. I think I saw. don't know why I can't think of it. Let me check Twitter real quick. There was one big news I saw. Okay, so it's official, guys. Let's actually react right now. But yeah, this is a flip. So we're about to share the screen. Some big flips going on. And actually, Execution is official. He is staying with Ohio State. So let's go ahead and react right now. Okay, so this is Dylan Williams, marquee player, marquee talent. I'm going to retweet this tweet. He's actually committed to Marshall, but looks like he flipped to James Madison. I think that's going to be a good pick for them. A good physical downhill receiver as well. But yeah, here it is. The official news right here. Was rumored that he might flip to Alabama, but he stays and he's going to be committing and actually signing guys with Ohio State. I brought it up on the show yesterday, Craig. You told me you had watched it, but I felt like that was the better pick just because of the recency of success that the Ohio State program has had at the defensive line position, right? You go and look at Nick and Joey Bosa. You go and look at Chase Young. Those kind of guys having that success and being able to be primetime talents on the NFL level. I feel like, to me right now, that's the place. Not that Alabama is not a marquee place to go. It always is, it always will be, especially with Nick Saban as a coach. But I feel like in recent memory, in the last 5 to 10 years, if I'm a commit and I'm a special player, I want to go to Ohio State and get coached up by that defensive line coach, that defensive coordinator, and head there because I just feel like I'll be developed the best. But what's your thoughts on him sticking officially from Hayes Fawcett of 0-3 with Ohio State?
Yeah, I think it is a better fit. And it's not that Alabama's a tougher place to play, but I just feel like the teams he's going to be going up against, he's going to shine. He's going to draw the double teams. He can get back to the passer. I think he's just going to play a bigger role. It would have worked out, I think, no matter where he went, but I think that's the better fit. I think it's a better move, and they will be happy to have him. A huge get. And yeah, they've been doing well. Jelani Thurman, they're going to have Aaron Nolan. They've been hitting Georgia hard, and he was clearly the most disruptive, talented defensive lineman in the state this year. So that's huge.
Yeah, he's good. It's going to be a great addition to the team. Might be able to come in late. He had a really good defense this past year, Craig. Just came up short, but it's going to be interesting to see what kind of we talked about Aaron Nolan, but who's going to be their quarterback now? Kyle McCord's out. He's at Syracuse. Who's going to come in and be able to start for them out? Are they looking at transfer portal? Obviously, we're going to talk about that in a little bit as well, which is the transfer portal and everything. But how would that Ohio State kind of quarterback room look? And obviously, he should go to the draft, Marvin Williams Jr., but we're going to see. I mean, obviously, he says he wants to come back and be able to beat Michigan. So we're going to see. But just with the talent they have, they definitely need more production at the quarterback spot. But just, I think a big signing for them. They also signed Jeremiah Smith. They lost Jeremiah McClendon. He flipped to Oregon. Got to cover him. He's from Missouri with Christian Brothers specifically. But I think Ohio State did a good job keeping, obviously, Edric Houston.
Yeah, absolutely crucial. I mean, if he would have gone to Alabama, that would have been a bad loss for them.
Yes.
So, yeah, they hold on to him. That's good. It looks like it turned out just to be some noise around the situation. But
yeah,
good job by Ohio State for giving him what he needs to stay there because he could have gone anywhere he wanted. That's for sure.
No lie. And then what was your thoughts just on LT Overton, a former Georgia player, formerly of Milton? He signed in early, didn't play his senior year here, but he's going to be on the Alabama program. So I think regardless, obviously, having both of them would have been great. But I think LT Overton, obviously, to Alabama is going to be great. I think he's going to be able to come in and contribute right away. He already has experience playing at Texas A&M. I think it's going to be a great fit for the defensive side of the ball for them. What do you think about that? I mean, you got to see him play.
He's an absolute beast. When you think about Milton, they're obviously exceptional producing these defensive linemen, but they're also a great basketball program. He was athletic enough to play power forward on their basketball team and put up huge numbers. That's how big of a just athletic talent he is. I think he's going to be a first-round, second-round draft pick. It's a huge get for Alabama, getting a guy that's ready to go, and it's going to make a big impact. I think I'm giving the edge to Alabama right now in terms of recruiting class.
Really?
Yeah. We'll see, though.
Yeah, speaking of, we're going to pull up this industry rankings while we wait for KJ. I know that's going to be breaking news.
I just think with Georgia, it's like you lose Dylan, Raiola, you don't have as many receivers. You lose Nycard. Saying Alabama's had a little success we'll see how it shapes out. Still got a couple more signings to go.
And how did you find that industry rankings from On 3? What did you go to?
I found that one on Twitter. Let me see if I can find it.
See if we can find it so you guys can look at this together.
Saying this website's like updated. There we go.
Okay, here we go, guys.
There's a link. It should be.
Okay, yeah. Industry rankings for the team. So still got Georgia 1. I think definitely if they land KJ, they're gonna probably stay there. Big time get. Alabama's right there. Florida State sits at 3. Ohio State at 4. Texas 5. Oregon 6. Florida 7. Miami 8. 9. Oklahoma 10. Auburn 11. Notre Dame 12. LSU 13. Tennessee, and then 14 Clemson and 15 Texas A&M. So these are top 15, as you can see, is the whole top 30 of teams, man. But just what stands out so far for you, Craig?
Who was the big get for Syracuse recently? I'm trying to think.
Oh, they got King Joseph Edwards.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah, I think that was big for them. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I didn't think he was going to go. I thought probably Florida State, or maybe he would go with KJ, or potentially where he went. But I think that's a big gift for them and Fran Brown in his first year with their program, letting a player of that caliber obviously went yesterday and announced it. I think that was big time.
Yeah, no, for sure. King Joseph Edwards. I think the other big standout you've been mentioning, South Carolina, DeBron Gatlin.
Yes,
that's massive. One of the best receivers we've seen. I know Mike Matthews, I think, went into the season as the number 1 ranked guy. Their offense sputtered a little bit this season, but DeBron Gatlin, I just think physically he's more suited for just going into college level and plugging into these SEC offenses. I've been impressed since I saw him as a junior, and he can get behind the defenders. He can catch it in the back of the end zone, and he can also make plays in the open space.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's been an underrated part, and I think they're going to be a better team. I mean, obviously, they're going to have to get their offensive line together. We've seen them struggle with that this year, Craig, but we've seen them hang with a really good North Carolina team early on in the season. So it's going to be very imperative for them to get good offensive line help, because I think they got the playmakers on defense to do it especially. So I think it's going to be real interesting to kind of see that as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to see, because I think Walton potentially is going to have 15 signees in this class,
so,
which will be crazy. But you were talking about a guy like Cam Lloyd, who's waiting to see where he's going to end up. But
yeah, I think his is going to be February probably.
Yeah, but I think it's similar to what we're saying about like what a good fit it is for Travis Terrell or Jeff Davis. It's like Cam Lloyd, wherever he ends up, I mean, that's just a unique skill set he has. He's going to be able to go in there and run these routes. You can't find guys like that just by looking at the stats they produce. He has that special athletic ability and speed that you can't really find anywhere else. So I think guys like that might go to these smaller schools, I think they'll be just fine. They'll make an impact, and you'll get noticed if you keep producing big plays like that, especially with the GPS tracking on some of these touchdowns. You can't forge that.
No, you cannot. But we're going to tune in live with everybody else on the big news. Before we keep going, KJ, I'm going to go ahead and share the screen with you guys so you can see it. And we're just going to listen in and then react when it's time, man. So you guys can react live with us as we wait.
Teacher or athlete, Edric is embraced by all and takes time to encourage y'all. It's kind of hard. Community up in Columbus. Edric Houston. At least KJ.
They should have let him announce it. He just did the graphic.
Whoa.
Wow. That's a big flip. That's big for their program, though. I mean,
Athens, and it's the oldest public university in the country, opening in 1789. It is a well-respected research university that has 30,000 undergraduate students and is the flagship institution of the Georgia University system. The Bulldogs are an NCAA Bowl subdivision school that competes in the SEC. They play their home games at one of the largest on-campus stadiums in the country, Sanford Stadium.
That's crazy, though.
Two-time national championship coach Herbie Smart. KJ's parents are Lakeisha and Kyle Bolden. KJ leaves our program with some really large shoes to fill to the tremendous accomplishments that he leaves behind. He's a two-year, two-way starter at safety and receiver and kick returner. The highlight of his career will go down as one of the most unique accomplishments.
That's just shocking for me. I know they're talking, but obviously we're going to react. But
Nobody's ever done this before in the state of Georgia.
I mean, I think that's official. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
you were thinking Auburn would be a good fit.
I did, so I'm 1 for 2 today. I definitely thought Auburn. It just made more sense, you know. Hold on, mute this.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. But shout out to UGA and recruiting the program. I mean, I should have known, especially when Auburn Insider had them kind of pegged for Georgia too. And Auburn Insider, if he's going to say, yeah, he's probably going to go to Georgia, that's probably true. My reaction is, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I don't understand it from the Raiola perspective of just like, you know, you come all the way over. Obviously, I know he's in Nebraska. That's cool. But it's like you're recruiting KJ to come to Georgia. You went on visits with him trying to get him out of Florida State, and now he's there. It just
something was going on in Buford this season. Everything, I guess Edric held to his original commitment.
Yeah,
so the entire thing's bizarre.
Yeah, I'm kind of stunned. But at the same time, I mean, like, this is no reflection on, obviously, KJ Bolden. I mean, he's a phenomenal talented player. So that's not where my hesitancy comes from or my confusion. It's not with KJ. It's more so the Raiola situation and committing and coming and recruiting him real hard and getting him to want to come to Georgia. And then he finally commits to it. And it's like, oh, but you're going to Nebraska. So,
yeah.
I
And
don't
obviously, KJ was originally with Florida State.
Yes.
Remember that big ceremony right before the season started?
Yeah, I do.
Luke Kromenhawk was there, the Benedictine quarterback.
Yep.
Everyone was excited. He's going to FSU.
Yeah.
Then you think, okay, so he's willing to go out of state. So clearly these programs are going to be enticing him with big opportunities. Auburn's in the mix, and then he ends up just going to Georgia. It's crazy.
No,
and then he's sitting right next to Dylan.
That's the part, like, for me, like, I'm just
stage.
like, bro, what? It's like, come on, bro. Like, that's the part for me. Like, it's not even with, like, what KJ did. It's just, like, that part right there. Sitting right there with Dylan, and it's like, bro, you recruited me the whole time to go here. And it's like, but maybe he had to know that, though. You know, obviously, they were probably boys. Maybe he had to know, like, that was what he was going to do, like, as this team started to kind of creep up.
Yeah, it's completely reversed, though. It's like, the entire narrative was, oh, look at this. Dylan's moving from Arizona to Buford to go to Georgia, and this is an opportunity for him to recruit the best athlete, KJ, with him to go to Georgia. Then Dylan's committed to Georgia, changes to Nebraska, and now he's sitting there with the guy, as you said, that he could have just recruited together the whole time. It's like everything was flipped around there. So they ended up where they left off. But if you told us at the beginning of the season, okay, Dylan's Georgia, KJ's Florida State, if you told us it's going to be KJ, Georgia, Dylan, Nebraska, we would have said, what?
We looked at you crazy.
What was their record this year?
Like, no. But no, shout out to Kirby Smart and him recruiting. Got to see him at the state championships. But I mean, man, like, for Georgia, like, you're knocking it out the box. You get the number one, like, that's 2 out of the past 3 years, to put it in perspective, that you got the top safety in the country to come to your program. That's getting it done. I mean, you got Malachi Starks, now you get KJ Bolden, and you get to keep that marquee talent in your state. We can't speak enough on that. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see when we be able to talk to Rusty, when we see him at Elite Classic. I know he's at the office today. Or, you know, when we see his shows, just his response and his reaction to that. But that's a major get for that Georgia program.
Here's my question. So Muse obviously transferred out. They're going to need a return man you think KJ can be that return man day one?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I think he already has the specimen in the field to be able to do that for them. We've seen what he did against Grayson. I mean, he had that big kickoff return. I don't think.
Kickoff return, opening kickoff.
Yeah, I don't think KJ's a guy like. I think KJ is kind of what you said about Caleb Downs. I know you say he was the most ready prospect. I'm not going to go that far, most ready college prospect, but I will say I think KJ is a guy that you can plug in right now and he's going to be at a point. You know what I'm saying? I will see if he'll have that same kind of season like a Malachi Starks had or a Caleb Downs, but I think the guy's ready to play right now.
Yeah, I think he's going to be returning kicks week one.
Yeah, and he's going to make his impact felt. And think about this, too. They got another guy that can return kicks possibly, too, in DeMelo Jones.
That's right, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they're not going to lack there.
You have to at least, like, put KJ in that situation. Obviously, he's a great safety, but it's like his explosive return ability, they've got to see what he's able to do. They have to.
No,
especially when you lose Mears. He has that explosive ability. He's so exciting. It's a huge get.
Huge get. I can't wait to watch like On 3 and all the obviously, you know,
the reactions in the comments.
I can
were
just
funny.
imagine.
I mean, if you're not a Georgia fan, they're obviously going to think it's a mistake. I mean, see how it plays out. I mean,
but you can't though. I mean, look what Georgia's done at the defensive back position, and look what they've been doing at the safety spot.
Yeah.
How is it a mistake? You can't say that. I mean, you know, they've been producing that position at a high level. So, hey, crazy news. Appreciate the 3 people tuning in, man. That's our uncut reaction, man. We give it to you guys raw like that. That's just our reaction to it. It's just kind of mind-boggling, especially with how everything went. But shout out to KJ, man. That's a special talent. I got to interview him a couple times, especially after he won defensive player of the game. So shout out to KJ Bolden, man, a phenomenal talent, man. He's gonna be special for that Georgia program. And I think at this point, man, they're gonna stay one. I mean, you land KJ, come on, bro.
They got to.
Number one safety, yeah, come on.
And so that's gonna be 28 that have signed today in that class. That's a big class, and totally loaded. Secondary looks outstanding.
No, without a doubt.
Offensive line, we mentioned all the different states. You got guys from 3 from Florida, 3 from Texas, New Jersey, Virginia, California, Connecticut, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Missouri, New York, North Carolina, Tennessee. I mean, all over with this class, but landing the number 1 athlete in the country from your own backyard is pretty exciting. And the reactions, Georgia fans who might have felt down a little bit after losing the SEC championship, I think that's a kind of a surprise win.
I mean, I think you're good. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a surprising win, and you're right back there. Like the only piece for Georgia I think you're worried about if you're a fan, and obviously we've been recruiting them more. Covering them more guys. Is at the wide receiver spot. That got to be your only concern. You got Carson Beck coming back. There's rumors and there's a lot of buzz around you letting Trevor Etienne, along with what you already got with Chauncey Bowers coming back, or landing him in the 24 class and what you have coming back. So I think that in the offensive line was great all year, and I know you got guys coming back as well. Cedric Van Pran, I believe he won first team All SEC. Like, I think if you're Georgia, like that's the only part you are worried about. Maybe you could say linebacker because you lost a couple guys in the portal, but you're gonna have Justin Simmons coming in. You're gonna have guys that are gonna be ready to play, and your secondary is different. I mean, like, where is the discrepancy or the deficiency on in the secondary for them? I don't see it.
Yeah, and I was really impressed with Alabama's secondary, but it's like this new blood Georgia has in the secondary, these are guys that are going to be jumping routes. It's not just covering well.
No.
They have that magician speed to just break to the ball. And, it's going to be an outstanding safety net for Georgia. I think running back, obviously behind that great offensive line, it seems like Georgia can just put anyone back there and have success running the ball. But I'm looking to see who's going to be able to step up this year for him. Dejon Edwards and Milton were so key this year.
No, 100%. And guys, we're going to take a look. We got a couple more guys coming on, but we're going to look at just the Alabama class. And Jalen Milroe, obviously, he's coming back next year for the program. But man, let's go ahead and look and react to just what they've done so far. Number 2 on 3, number 2 on 247, the major recruiting platforms. But a lot of guys are impressed with Julian saying, man, the quarterback probably won't play his freshman year. Milroe's coming back. He's the presumptive starter for the program. We know Tyler Buckner transferred out. He's playing a completely different sport now. He's playing lacrosse now for Notre Dame. Transferred to Bama, now transferred back to Notre Dame. So, but he's already said that he can spin the ball. I think he's going to be a very impressive talent. And saying kind of matches up with what they predominantly recruited at the quarterback position for the Alabama program. I think he can run obviously more than what they've had in the past, but I think he's one of those quarterbacks that's going to be very special for them. And obviously Jalen Mbakwe played quarterback for Clay Chalkfield, but just a great all-around player at the quarterback position. He's going to be, I think, one of those lockdown guys. We know Caleb Odom. We've gotten to see him. We know how special of a talent he is, Craig. Just at the tight end spot, I feel like they've lacked at that position over the past couple of years. I think they're getting a phenomenal talent there. Xavier Brown played for Mater Day. Very impressive talent for them as well. But what's just your initial thoughts, Craig, on this whole class that they've been able to recruit?
Well, and you mentioned the transfer LT Overton. That's massive. But I think Caleb Odom, he embodies, I think, what Georgia's missing. And yeah, he's a tight end. He's not a receiver, but he's just a mismatch. He's a absolute athletic freak that is going to be able to flex out wide. He's going to be so dangerous. You cannot just stick a linebacker on him. He's going to go over the top. The guy can probably touch the top of the backboard. I mean, he's an absolute athletic superstar. And then you mentioned the quarterback. He's not going to be the biggest guy. He's not going to be the fastest. That's not what Alabama ever wants. They just want a solid guy that, as you say, can spin it, hit the targets. And I just couldn't be more impressed. They dealt with extreme quarterback issues this season. And then once they found their guy, they're in the national championship hunt once again. Alabama's back. So I think they're doing it right. And it looks like when you have a guy coming in that's 6'1", 190, that highly rated, you know it's just on his ability to throw. 100%. He is a guy that could hit his target time after time and read the field well, make the right decision. And if Alabama has that, they're going to be competitive every single season.
100%. Great point by you, Craig. And I think some of the flips we got to talk about real quick with Alabama. Obviously, Peyton Warrior initially was committed to Georgia. They flipped him. They just flipped a Texas commit as well. I got to look at my Twitter real quick, guys. I believe it was Terry and Hampton. Let me make sure that is correct. But I see they just flipped a 4-star prospect as well. Let's find out for sure if I'm just bluffing that. But I think I've seen that on 3. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay, yeah, so here it is. As you guys can see, let me see, share this tab instead. Okay, so yeah, so this landed this athlete, 4-star athlete creates another one you can add to the Alabama program. Aaron Hampton just flipped his commitment from Texas to Alabama. Major, I think, prospect I thought for the Texas program, but landing this guy and getting him to flip, as we just mentioned with Peyton Warrior, I mean, I think they're doing a good job of just flipping these guys and getting them into the program. So what's just your thoughts on that?
So what year is he going to be?
He's the 24.
Oh, so he flipped
today.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking transfer portal. That's interesting. I mean, Texas, Alabama. That's going to be
I know.
Yeah, that's going to be a tug of war for many years to come. So maybe that's just like one of the first signs of them trying to steal each other's players. And once Texas comes in, the SEC, watch out.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Craig. I just think they did a good job. I think they have knocked out this class. Landon, also Ryan Williams, the 5-star prospect. I don't know if you know who that is, but played for Saraland, heavily recruited player right here. Ryan Williams, got him as well. Also got Amari Jefferson. I think it's just one of the classes, like, they just knocked out. Like, you can't get much better than what they've been able to do, and I think they're going to be right there. The linebackers, Landon LT Overton from the transfer portal. Also Aaron Hampton, we just mentioned. Red Morgan. I think they gotten it done. Also got Dre Kirkpatrick as well in the 24 class. I mean, they're getting it done, man, and doing a great job at that.
Yep. When I see those guys, all extremely tough, all extremely athletic, ready to play.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, yeah, Caleb Downs, he set the tone last year coming in as a freshman. So they're all motivated knowing they can come in and contribute. Things are changing. That's a new opportunity for all these guys coming in. They come in motivated, ready to go. And I just think Alabama has that brand. You look at the guys on that list right there, watch out. I mean, those are tough dudes. And Alabama's come back with a vengeance. I'll just put it that way. That game against Georgia, the way that defense was playing, the secondary, offensively controlling the football, I think it's an exciting time. And if they can finish this season out, it's going to be fun.
No, 100%, man. Gonna be a lot of fun. So those are the classes. We got another guest coming on. Hopefully about 1:40. I'm gonna actually reach out to him right now and see if he is still good to go. Send him a quick text. But yeah, man, interesting day so far, man. I think that's the big news. Those two flips, Georgia and Bama getting the big flips. I think Ohio State having Jeremiah Smith stay, having obviously Edric Houston stay. All that stuff was big for their programs. But who else has been doing a good job, you think, Craig, just recruiting wise? Real quick before we bring Andrew on.
Well, Florida State's right up there. I mean, yeah, they'll lose KJ, but what are they, number 3 right now?
Oh.
So it's big for them. They obviously had a great year, undefeated, missed out on an opportunity, but they've got – let's look at their class for a second. Let me pull it up.
Okay. Yeah, bear with us, Andrew. We're about to bring you on right now. Just going to wrap this part up with Florida State real quick. I think I have it on my end.
They've gone. Looks like they're at 7 right now.
Yeah.
Landon Thomas, great tight end from Colbert County, one of the many outstanding tight ends this year out of Georgia. You got Luke Kromenhoff, one of the higher-rated quarterbacks. Jaden Todd out of West Lawrence. Cameron Davis from Doherty. We know how good he's been.
Yep.
Big transfer. Marvin Jones from Georgia to Florida State. 6'5", 250, edge rusher. 5 receivers in this class for Florida State. So 5 receivers, 4 offensive linemen. Not much at the defensive side of the ball. So offensive heavy class.
Yes. But yeah, guys, this is who we're bringing on. If you don't know, Andrew Wazinski, a big-time player for the Creekview program. This is him right here, a very special player. He's playing at the left tackle position. So he's in the waiting room right now. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and bring him on. The audience, you guys can see this is who we're about to talk to. Very special player for their program. But without further ado, man, let's go ahead and bring him on. Oh. What's going on, Andrew? How you doing?
Doing good. How about you?
Can't complain, man. Can't complain, man. Appreciate you taking the time of day to come on, man. I see you got the NC hat on. Just finished signing day, man. Just how fun of an experience was that for you, man?
Oh, it was awesome. It was really surreal. I'm not even gonna lie. It was awesome.
Yes, sir. Nice, man. And just talk a little bit about, man, just, you know, that you're recruiting with NC. Like, you know, when did that all start for you? You know, kind of how was that process? Develop the relationship with the offensive line coach, with the offensive coordinator and the head coach. Kind of how was that experience for you?
It was cool. It was cool. They kind of came in about midway through my junior year. It was the old O-line coach was the one that started recruiting me. And so when Clements showed up, it kind of picked up because I didn't want to offer me because I kind of knew he was leaving. So it was kind of me sitting there like, I wonder why they're not going to offer me. And then when the O-line coach got there and I started actually talking to him, got the offer. I did my first visit up there, like true visit after my game visit that previous season. So.
Wow, certainly. Okay. And then what made it feel kind of just like just a real fit for you, Andrew? Like you had so many schools that wanted you. Georgia Tech, I saw a bunch of different Power 5 programs, but what felt like, okay, hey, North Carolina, Chapel Hill, the Tar Heels is a fit for me?
I feel like the team itself and the coaching staff, just how they treated me the entire time I was up there. And I love the area, that Raleigh-Durham area, Chapel Hill, absolutely gorgeous. I couldn't think of a better fit for myself from a team's perspective, from a, like, just, I guess, culture. Just like the culture of the team. That's really what it was.
Yes, sir. And then talk about, man, just the difficulty of playing the left tackle position. You got to be able to be really good at that. You're protecting the quarterback's blind side. Just walk us through, man, the work to be prepared and be able to pass protect well, but also be able to be a force in the run game as well. Talk a little bit about that.
It's a lot about technique. That's what I tried to pride myself on, was just the technique of just having good hand placement, good footwork, and just consistency. Getting as many reps as I can, and getting reps even when I'm not with the team. Just training. That's all it really is.
Yeah, and then Andrew, we've been talking about some guys that are able to come up and play immediately at the college level. That's not as common, I feel like, on the offensive line. But what do you think the biggest thing for you is, just to be ready to compete at this college level and star on that UNC O-line?
I think size. I think still right now I'm probably a little undersized. So just getting that college strength and size, because I feel like my technique will be able to carry me once I get all that.
And talk about how your size. I mean, what are you right now? 6'6.5"?
About, yeah. But I'm about 275, 280. Like I'm not quite heavy enough to really go out and go run game against some of those big SEC and ACC D linemen.
Yeah, when did you hit that growth spurt? What year?
I've always been tall. I'd never really hit a growth spurt. I was 6'5" going into high school. So
dang.
But I was also a $180. I was real skinny.
Wow. Yeah, I figured you were filling it out. So when did you ever play any other positions before you moved to tackle?
I played offensive line all the way up through 8th grade, but my 8th grade year I played JV wide receiver, and then my freshman year I played tight end. So
I figured, I knew you were an athlete.
Wow, that's impressive, Andrew. And just real quick to interject, talk a little bit about that. I mean, I think what you got going for you too, Andrew, is that you already had the experience of coming in at 180, being tall, but then putting on that weight to be good enough and to be great actually in high school. Now you're gonna have to do the same thing in college. So talk about what that was like, going from that coming in 180 soaking wet to like being able to pull on that pound and muscle, be able to make that impact.
I think it was a big difference when it came to my actual play. Like, I was playing as a sophomore at 220 pounds, starting at right tackle. That to now is a huge difference. It was just really just eating. Just got to eat and lift, and just kind of trust that, I guess, your hormones and growing gonna get you big.
Wow. And was that like eating like if you had to just quantify, is that eating like 5-6 times a day? Is that eating protein bars? Is that just always just feeding it through? Like, what was that like? What was that routine?
I went for the seafood, eat food diet. If I see it, and I think it worked pretty well, so I'm not going to complain. But
I love that answer.
Yeah, that was funny. Awesome. Well, so you're going to UNC. When did you decide that was going to be the right fit? Like, was it, you said that initial visit, you also talked about the coaches, but was there a visit, like, once it hit where it's like, okay, this is my new home?
It was that, like, as I said, the visit when I showed up, but it was the drive home from that visit is when it hit that I really wanted to go there. Because I'm sitting in the car with my mom and dad, and we're just sitting there like speechless. There's that feeling when you just know, and it was that.
That's awesome. And you've gone up to, I mean, you're one of the highest rated offensive line prospects. So obviously they're seeing your play on the field, but also where do you think your ceiling is? Because you got this frame, you've proven on the field what you're capable of, but what do you think you're going to be able to accomplish at UNC, just hitting the weight room, but really going out there and becoming a key player on that offense?
I mean, that's a little cocky, but I think it's just confidence. I think I can see myself going as far as I think I want to. Like, if I put in the work, I came from not even people thinking I won't even play as a high school player, but now being a 2-time All-State, going to college on a full ride, like I think it's just putting in the work. I think I can go where I want.
Yeah, and then what did you like this season in your preparation for Friday nights? What did that confidence kind of produce on the field? Just knowing your assignments more, were you able to just like be more physical, impose your will, start to finish in the game? I mean, what did you see this senior year in your skill set?
I think it was just being able to play faster, knowing what I have to do, and knowing that I don't think there's a guy in this state in high school that could stop me. So it was more or less that, just being able to go out with some confidence and say, I got this, and proving it.
And then a lot of I know I didn't play offensive line, but it's always one of the things they talk about is like hands. You don't want to get your hands knocked down. So what are some like the unconventional or go-to drills that you're doing just on that quickness with your hands?
I don't know if it's really unconventional, but it's like a lot of boxing drills, but out of like an O-line stance, just working on hand speed and accuracy. We're taking those like handbags and just going and punching them out of like an O-line stance, and taking sets and stuff like that, so that you actually have to think about where to punch.
Interesting. And then what do you see this year just on your pass blocking, your power in the run game? Just what do you prefer at the left tackle?
I like more than I like pass blocking, but I think pass blocking's fun if you bring the right attitude to it. Thinking I'm gonna go punch this guy.
Yeah.
Because it's always, oh, it's a pass rush. Let's try to finesse him. No, I'm gonna hit you.
And what's funny, one of the guys that we've actually gotten to know a lot this year is a great offensive lineman at UNC, Jeff Saturday. So there's some history there. So what players have stood out to you just UNC over the years?
Honestly, I didn't even grow up a UNC fan, so I really didn't watch them much. But being able to watch just the progression of the offense itself, seeing especially with Drake May taking over, I loved watching him play, and being able to watch some of those guys that sometimes when you see them get recruited, you don't think they're going to be crazy, but then going out and proving themselves on the field, I feel like that's some of the offensive linemen that are on that field right now. So I feel like
cool. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Let's say, how excited are you for all that gear you're going to be getting? I mean, let's be honest, it's pretty sweet.
I'm really excited. I feel like that gets a good enough. Does get a lot of recruits. It's just the gear you get when you show up to AC.
Yeah, what size are you going to get though? You might grow into it, or triple XL,
3X, probably 3X. Yeah. That's what a majority of my stuff is.
For sure. And then Andrew, just talk a little bit about how excited you are. This talent that's coming in, right? You got yourself, Evan Bennett, who's a really great offensive lineman as well. You got Leroy Jackson, Ashton Woods. I mean, you guys are, UNC's doing a good job of just recruiting. Just how excited you are to just play with some of those guys from Georgia and be on the same team and be able to kind of go against them as well.
I think that it's a phenomenal thing. See how much talent we got coming out of Georgia, especially with the caliber of football that we play in this state. No doubt in my mind that we're probably the best high school football in the country, or at least put up a fight with 6 and 7A football. So I'm excited to see it. I'm kind of sad I didn't get to play any of them in the regular season, but fine with me.
Yes, sir. And then talk about real quick, couple more, I'll let you go. Talk a little bit about just the relationship you built with head coach Tyler Jones. I mean, seems like a really, really great coach. Just, obviously with him, and just talk a little bit about the relationship you built with your offensive line coach as well at Creekview, and that kind of helped lead to your growth and development.
I think that it was just the fact of just how they saw me develop. Because as I said, the freshman year playing as a tight end, they basically had sat me down and had the conversation of, do you want to go be a D3 tight end or a Power 5 offensive lineman? And I think I picked the right choice, but it was just good to know that they trusted me to make the right choice and then set a plan and go execute it.
And then talk about that. I know. Obviously, confidence is a big part of your game, which is great. You need confidence. You'll be successful in football. I hate to tell anybody that, but you know that.
No
I
doubt.
mean, you got to be confident. If you're not, you're gonna get steamrolled. But talk about that, Andrew. Just being able to say, okay, hey, let me take a full picture view of this. Let me not just let my ego get in the way. Let me really think about this. What's best for me and potentially my career. Talk about like that conversation. Obviously, you had with your family and then yourself, and just being able to make the right choice.
I mean, as I grew up playing offensive line, but I feel like we never really got told how much we mattered. But going into that sophomore year, having my head coach, my OC, even my trainers that I trained with saying, like, y'all matter. Like, you are probably the most important position on the offense. So it's just having that conversation with me and saying, you can either be, this is my coach's favorite line that he ever used with me. You could be the least athletic tight end or the most athletic offensive lineman. And can't tell him he's wrong, but hurt to hear.
Probably hit the ego a little bit, but hey, it's
yeah.
paying off. It's paying off, right? UNC
Absolutely.
signing now, and now, man, you're going to play some big Power 5 football against some big ACC guys, man. So, man, we're excited to see you. But, Craig, I'll throw it to you. Just any more questions you got for you, let them go.
Yeah, it's incredible. You become one of the highest rated O linemen. Great career at Creekview. What does it mean, though, just early signing period, to be able to be a part of this 2024 class, check that off the box, and just prepare to get to Chapel Hill?
It's exciting, nerve-wracking. I could use so many words to describe what's going on. Like, I feel like most people got that summer when it comes to, like, regular students. You got that summer to think, I'm about to go to college. But for me, my day of high school was yesterday. And I'll leave Friday. Like, the turnaround's real quick. But I'm excited for it. I'm real excited.
And then my last one, just far as just the plan. I know you leave obviously, like you said, Friday. Are they going to let you go to the bowl game and kind of just be able to see them practice? Like, how does that next steps kind of look for you, Andrew? After obviously going in Friday, what is that? When do you move? Like when do you move in? Like, what does that all look like?
My moving date's the 7th of January, but I'm going up to the bowl game with I think 15 other players from this class. And we're all, I think majority are getting there this upcoming Friday. So it's going to be exciting to be able to watch all the practices and be a part of all the team activities. It's going to be fun.
Sure.
Absolutely. Well, good luck. We'll be watching that bowl game, and congratulations. Go Tar Heels.
Yeah, go Tar Heels. Congrats. And thank you, Andrew. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. So there he goes, Andrew Rosienski from Creekview. Got to give a special shout out to his head coach, man. He helped coordinate all that. I just, I think I hit him up just to bring a couple guys on, and he brought one of his primetime players and prospects, man. So I got to give the Creekview head coach, I think it's Tyler Williams. I said Jones, but I think it's Tyler Williams. Got to give him some love, man. Really appreciate you, Coach, if you're watching, and also the 5 people. But, yeah, man, that was a lot of fun. We got another one coming up very soon here with Evan Barrett. But what's just your thoughts, man? Craig, that's not easy to do, man. I mean, you're 6'5", you got the height, but you're coming in soaking wet 180, and then you have to put on all that muscle, and then he's going to have to do it again. So, I mean, obviously he's good because he knows how to do it, and he's been successful doing it. But what's just your thoughts on that and just him being able to become a primetime prospect?
He's put on over 100 pounds, or right at 100 pounds. But you look at anyone that's recruited him, it's about his toughness. He finishes plays. And so he had that in him when he was still, like, he said he played 220 as a sophomore, but he dedicated himself to the offensive line position, went out there, worked on technique, played physical, finishes plays, and now he's top 22 prospect in the state of Georgia. And I think it's with him, it's like you see the potential there because it's like a trajectory. You already said he's been having to work on putting on size, getting stronger every year already. So he's just going to continue doing that at the next level. And so he's really going to fill that out. If he gets, 6'6", 310 pounds. I mean, he has that ideal frame. And so I think with him, yeah, sky's the limit. And I think UNC's a really nice fit for him. Coach McBrown does a great job. You mentioned the guys that are coming in, all just hardworking, experienced players from the state of Georgia. And I mean, UNC, that whole reputation of them being a basketball school that doesn't exist anymore. They're a football school now. And I mean, they're obviously both, but there's a lot of excitement around the football team. They got Mac Brown, a big name at head coach, great recruiting over the past few years, and a ton of big names. So I think he's going to have a lot of fun there, and it'll be exciting, especially just to get up there for the bowl game. Man, it can be a little overwhelming though, because he doesn't really get that time to, as he said, enjoy summer. You're right there.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought about that too, because usually you have a summer, you get to do some activities, graduation parties. Like, he's gonna miss on all that. It's just lock in, focus, go right to school. But the good thing is too, Craig, I think about it, he's gonna basically be starting his spring semester already, and then he's gonna have summer classes too. So he's gonna already be one step ahead of the freshmen coming in that are just students.
Yep.
100%. But before we bring on the next guest, let's go ahead and check in on another fellow Georgia school, Georgia Tech, and see how they're doing as far as their recruiting today. Signed some guys left, but let's look at their recruiting so far. We covered them pretty heavily on our show, Underrated and Overlooked. So let's see how they're shaping up so far and where they're at. So right now, not ranked too high, ranked at number 45, but obviously we saw them be able to bring in Luke Harpring. He was able to stay. Let me share the screen so you guys can see this as well and look with us. But here you go. Here's the screen, guys, so you can see it with us. But Luke Harpring, phenomenal tight end for the Mariners program. Reason why they were so good this year, made it all the way to the semifinals. Really great defense also this year. I thought it was good. They were able to keep Isaiah Canyon as well. I mean, I think he's a dynamic receiver. Got to see and study his film a little bit, but getting him to stay as well. They landed Uchi Elo, also on the defensive line, 6'6", 245. So I think Tech's doing a really good job of keeping some of the talent in Georgia in state and not letting it really move. What's your thoughts so far?
What I like about Luke is he played in that Marist offense where he had to block his ass off. Like, let's just be honest. And so he's athletic enough. Obviously comes from a family that has professional NBA players. His sisters, they're all ballers also. He's an athletically gifted guy. But Tech, when they have a tight end like that, the hardest thing to defend these days is the two tight end sets, because you don't know, is this going to be run play or pass play? And a guy like Luke, you have someone that's an elite blocker, elite at blocking, and then can also go out in the flat. So he's a great pickup for them. I love that. And then Aaron Philo, what is his role going to be at Georgia Tech? Set the all-time career state record for passing, won another state title, has shown up in big games. He stepped into big shoes right away, stepping in for Brock Vandegrift. He only lost probably 2 games his entire career, one in the state championship, Trinity Christian, a super team, and then the one this year, the Mary Persons. Other than that, I mean, he's showing up, playing lights out. It doesn't matter who the receivers are. They replace him year in and year out. I think he has a future at Georgia Tech. I think he's going to play, obviously not this next season, but maybe in a couple years. I think Aaron Philo is very interesting.
You know what Aaron Philo possesses? That big playability. He possesses being able to play on the big stage. He possesses just the ability to be able to be kind of a flamethrower, a gunslinger, right? And I feel like Georgia Tech obviously got Haynes King, who was very impressive. He did turn the ball a little bit this year, but had a really good season coming over, transferring over. But I think this is the first time I think we've seen, like I said, we've seen the change. They used to run that kind of power offense all the time, that option offense and running the ball. But now we've seen them air it out. I think this is a further kind of just implementation of that with Aaron Philo. And there, I mean, man, you're going to have Eric Singleton. He's going to be back for another year. You're going to have some dudes you're going to be able to just go back and just throw the ball to. Malik Rutherford. We obviously had Don Blaylock come over. But I think the addition, it's going to be underrated right now. But if you've been in Georgia like me and you and Rusty and obviously Brendan Adams and Jeff Sintel and everybody, and you've seen him play, like, you know how special he is. And I think fans are going to see that when he finally comes up to play after King era is over. But, I mean, Tech fans got to be very, very excited for him to kind of come over.
Yeah, he can absolutely light you up. I mean, he did it this year with freshman targets. You talk about Georgia Tech, you got Brent Key. They're coaching these dudes up on the offensive line. You had some big pieces with Singleton, all these receivers. Their offense is going to be very exciting, and I think he is a change of pace type of quarterback they have not had.
Yes.
I do think he's going to make a big impact. I think it's huge to land him, and yeah, we'll see where his future lies. But I mean, if you're a Georgia Tech fan, you see what he's done in the state.
Gotta be excited.
Yeah.
But all right, guys, we're gonna bring on our next guest, Ryan Barrett from Kells, committed to East Tennessee State. Then after that, we're gonna take a break. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and bring him on, and we're gonna actually conclude with Georgia Tech after we get done with him. Just go a little bit more in depth on the class that they've recruited. But without further ado, let's go ahead and bring him on. What's going on, Ryan?
How you doing?
Doing good, man. Appreciate you coming on the show today, man. Man, how's everything, man? How excited are you? How cool of a day has this been for you, man?
I mean, it's just been a good day. I woke up early this morning, signed my paperwork, sent it over to ETSU. It's just been a great day, happy to sign, just ready to work.
Yes, sir. And then talk a little bit about that, Ryan, just about that relationships you built with East Tennessee. What just made it seem like a fit, man? That relationship you built with the wide receiver coach, the OC, just how did that all come together?
I mean, last year I signed to go to Gardner-Webb, and with the coaching staff leaving Gardner-Webb and going to ETSU, I was able to build a good relationship with entering the portal and being offered by ETSU. Going to already had a relationship. And Coach Lim is a great head coach. He was able to build Gardner-Webb to be a winning program. And he's just done great things there, and I just believe in him, and I have trust in him. And Coach Ridden is a great DC, and I just know that we have a chance to do big things. Yeah. I was.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I have faith in Coach Lamb. I know Coach Lamb gonna do big things at ETSU, and I want to be a part of that. So I talking to my family. I trust Coach Lamb, and I trust Coach Ridden, and that we're gonna have big things at ETSU.
Yes, sir. And then Ryan, for us that don't know, like we're a lot of times we're on the outside looking in. What is it like just entering the transfer portal? From firsthand, you was at Gardner-Webb, and then now you come over to East Tennessee State. What is that process like? Walk us through the eyes and the mind and kind of the body of a college athlete going through that process and going to a school that you really want to be at, and then going and being successful. Just walk us through that.
I mean, entering the transfer portal it's kind of crazy. Because you hear the stories. Everybody's telling you the transfer is crazy. It's changing college football now with this free 1-year transfer. And so entering the transfer portal, it's a lot more paperwork than I thought. I was back and forth. I was trying to fill my paperwork out. But it's just something I had to talk to my family about and just really pray about and make sure I made the right decision. I know stepping into the transfer portal door is like you can't really go back. So I knew once I was in the portal, I had to find college. It started the student process that I thought I left in high school. So I just had to take a step out and know that I'm making the right decision.
Yeah, and then you talked about the paperwork. I know before, obviously with the transfer portal changing, they used to be you have to request to leave. So is it kind of when you like, okay, hey, I want to hit the transfer portal, do you have to kind of I know you said submit paperwork, but do you have to let the school that you were at know, or is it more so you got to fill out this form first and then that allows you to get in the transfer portal? What is that part like?
You have to, at first you have to let the school you're at know you want to enter the transfer portal. So you have to fill out paperwork to let them know you want to enter the transfer portal. Then you have to enter the transfer portal. You have to ask to be released out of your national letter of intent from last year. So you have to ask to be released out of that. Then you have to apply and do registration and get financial aid to go to the school you are transferring to. So you have to apply to be released from the school you're at just to apply again to the school you are going to.
Wow. So it's like a whole. How long did that approval process take for you? When you first started filling out this stuff to when it became official?
Probably about a week.
Okay, it's not terrible, but it's
still long.
It looks like you had to cram it all in there, though.
Yeah.
And then, did you get to visit East Tennessee before? I know you.
Yes, I was able to go to East Tennessee this past week. I had a couple So I was able to go up and see Johnson City and get a feel for the campus, see the facilities and all that. And that's another reason I committed because being up in Johnson City, I fell in love with it. It's a football town. They love ETSU football up there, and they want to see ETSU football back at the top. So being up there and being able to come on an official visit was another reason why I committed there. Because I see how much love they have for ETSU football up there.
Oh yeah, no, Tennessee's an outstanding state, and they definitely love their football. And then I know coming out of Kel, you had outstanding grades, so you really had a lot of choices to go through. Talk about how you've been able to just open up these opportunities to transfer because you've been able to just have great grades throughout your career.
Having grades and come out of Kel, Coach May really instilled on me that it's more than just football. That I have life. I'm gonna have a life after football. So he always stayed on me about my grades, and he always instilled me in better. So because of that, I was able to have good grades and put myself in a good position. When I got all them offers, transfer portal, my grades wasn't something that, and it didn't make me not able to get certain offers. So just having good grades is something that I just hold myself to a standard of because I know I'm gonna have something outside of football. Doing this, my major is sports management. I signed, so I have to fall back. That just goes back to Coach May and what he's instilling in Kel. They want to be more.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember. Yeah, looked it up. You had something like a 3.76 or 3.8. So that was never a question with you. So that's huge because I know, man, that first year in college that can be tough for some, but when you're taking care of business in the classroom, those opportunities open up. But what are you excited about? Just East Tennessee, your role there, and just kind of getting started.
I mean, I'm just excited to give them. A lot of people are staying from current. So it's gonna be fun. I'm excited to give them where start building that connection. I think we really have a chance to do something special this year. Just start by one, move the team, hit the ground running. We got workouts the next day. So I'm really just excited to get there and go to work.
And then Ryan, talk about just like the life of a student athlete, right? I think that gets glossed over so much you guys have to be able to do. You got, like you said, keeping the grades right, workouts, you got tests, just talk a little bit about just that process. What's the day-to-day like, man? Like if you had to kind of quantify it, like, what are you doing day-to-day?
I mean, day-to-day is kind of workout. I go to workouts, come back, shower, gotta go to class. Class, you got study hall, then you got practice in the afternoon. I say the biggest thing for being a student athlete is having good time management. Because if you can't time management and if you can't have self-control and know, all right, I got a test, but I got a test on Thursday, but there's a party I may want to go to. I can't go to that party. I got to study because you just have self-control. You got to put yourself first and know you're playing the long run. It's not a short game. You got to think about the long run. And so it's really about just having good time management. And Coach Land does a great job. He has study hall. We have advisors that are just for the football team now too. So we have to go see them every or once a week, and they're gonna keep us on our grades. So he really does help us out there. But just being a student athlete, it's hard, but it's doable. And you just have to want to do it. You have to want to hold yourself to that standard, and just you have to want to be great. And especially now being in college too, nobody's there to hold your hand. Your mom isn't there to wake you up and tell you got to go to class. It really depends on how great you want to be and how much you are willing to push yourself. I like it. I like the freedom. Mama not there. I like being able to have.
I feel you, man. No, college is a definitely different experience in the whole, man. And like you said, it's how much you're willing to push yourself, man. Ain't nobody, like, if you're not going to put in the work, I mean, it's just like how it is with jobs, man. Like, if you're not putting the work and the effort, like, you're going to get released. It's the same thing with a sport, any of that. So you're 100% right. I want to get from your viewpoint, though, Ryan, what's the difference that you've seen just on the college level as far as just the speed from high school? You went to a great school like Cal, but what's the biggest difference you see just as far as the speed or what you need to have and possess to be successful just at the wide receiver spot. It's a lot that goes into it. But what's the difference in speeds from high school to college, you would say?
I mean, in college, everybody fast, but you're not just. I say your senior year of high school, you are faster, stronger, playing the game. Coming up to college, being a freshman, is not the same. And, like your technique, and you got to pay attention to the small details. And I will say the college game is much faster. People are much stronger. Like I remember the first day of fall camp, I thought I was gonna be able just to blow bodies off the line. Got two hands on me, I was done for, and I really it really changed my mindset about how now I got to gain some ground. It when they say it's a man's game, it's a man's game. You make that adjustment, or you just gonna be at the bottom, and you're not gonna be able to get nowhere. I would say it's faster, and you really have to development. But you see that I was doing with fall camp, really getting that like talking about 3 days. It really takes much of the game. It's faster, but your body's going to adapt to it too.
100%.
Yeah, and you were mentioning, I think, just like the camp before the season. There's different parts of the off season. There's workouts, there's speed training, then there's the season. But how do you just day to day keep your body ready for just whatever you got to do to prepare?
I mean, that's I got to make sure I'm eating right. I got to make sure I'm putting good things. I like your body. Like, my job is my body. Like I'm using my body to produce. I hope I want to provide for my family, so I know I can put the right use my body. It really after practice. That's what I try to do, and that's what I try to do. But I'm taking an ice bath every day. I'm getting extra treatment, even if I don't feel like going in. Just really making sure I'm doing everything to keep my body at 100% because availability, that's stability, and the process too. So I 100%.
Yeah, and I promise it's gonna not only pay off on the football field, but I mean, even when you're done playing, all that work you're putting in now, you're gonna hit your 30s or 40s, and you're gonna be like going beast mode in the gym all those years. I'm glad I did it because now I look good, I feel good. So you're setting yourself up more than just for this upcoming season when you're putting in that work. I promise you that you will not regret all that effort getting put into it.
Yes, sir.
And then Ryan, like what would you just tell kids? Obviously, you mentioned the time management, how important that is, and then you mentioned like having your body be able to adapt to the college level. But what would you just tell kids about like what it is with college? Because I feel like a lot of times, right, your situation is obviously different, but kids will just go like let's say they're not getting any playing time that first semester, or they don't play that first year. What would you just tell them about just the about sticking it out and just knowing like, okay, sometimes in life like it ain't gonna go your way, but it's all about how you adapt and you adjust and being able to kind of know that skill, learning that skill, and how it can kind of translate to life as well.
I will say for me, it was interesting. I wasn't a day one started when I got to campus, and I had to realize this, and it took time for me. But not everybody's story is the same. Not everybody's on the same path. I mean, some people going to go in be a day one starter, but that may not be you. That may not be you. May not be ready for that. And it's just don't try to look at nobody else. Know you're running your race and you're fighting your battles. So even if you're not fighting that one, you just gotta keep working and keep working because in the end you will get that shot. And when you get that shot, you have to take your chance. It may not feel like it's coming or it may not feel like you're gonna get that shot soon, but when you get that shot, you have to take the most of your opportunity and just keep working. Like nobody can control your effort. Nobody can control how hard you go in the weight room. Nobody can control how hard you're going in the drills. Nobody can control how hard you're going at practice. Even though you might not playing, nobody can control that. So whenever it's up to you and you can control it, you got to go 100% every time because the coaches are watching. Even if you don't think they're watching, the coaches are watching, and and they are evaluating you every day. It's an interview every time you step into the facility. It's an interview every time you step into that weight room. So if maybe you're not a starter on the field or you're not a one on the field or a one or a two, but in the weight room, there are no ones and no twos. Everybody's working out trying to get better. So just keep grinding, keep working, keep working. Because you may not see it now, and you may not see it, like you can't touch it, but eventually it will pay off. And you got to keep your head down and grinding and not try to worry about other people and the life other people are living.
That's a good point, man. And then what would you say, obviously, like what's the next steps for you with East Tennessee? I know you just signed with them, obviously, but what's next for you? I know we got signing days today, and then obviously you're going to have the bowl games coming up, and then you're going to be getting into the spring. But what is the next steps look like for you in enrolling and getting going with East Tennessee State?
Well, I just a couple of days ago. I went and year back. Right now, I'm just working out, getting my body ready so I can hit the ground running. Because we move in January, and I know once we move in January, we have workouts, and then it's just straight work. Get ready for spring. Gotta have a big spring. Get ready for spring. Start. I genuinely that we can bring ETSU back. So on team that we open season at App State. Then we have list, and I'm here right now. Body ready. Our little bit of back up. Was Lamb. He's science and he's here right now. I'm really getting.
Yeah, that's a big schedule, and yeah, spring's gonna be here before we know it.
It's crazy, man.
It's gonna be here.
It's crazy.
Go
by so fast.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see you out there for sure. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Pulling for you guys.
Yeah, man. Ryan, just thanks so much, man. I know you're a busy guy. Just appreciate you coming on. I think you are our first college player I think we've had on the show. On Underrated, Overlooked, or any of our other 3 shows, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you're the first one, man. So definitely appreciate you, man. Yeah, man, you pioneer for us, man. So just keep us in the loop in the journey, man, of your success, man. And you're welcome to come on whenever, man. And we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, guys. So that's Ryan Barrett, man.
I think he was saying they opened the season against App State.
I think that's what he said too.
Big game.
Yeah, man, that is a big game. But guys, thank you so much. Me and Craig will take a quick break. Thank our sponsors, and we'll be back in about a minute 32 minutes, man. And we're gonna just look at the rest of the recruiting world.
What you doing? Hey, just finishing this claim to get Dave back on the road.
Nice. I wonder what Dave's doing.
You do your thing. We've got you covered.
Man, you know how to do this? Man, I don't even know. I was flipping burgers last week.
Violation, unsportsmanlike conduct, impersonating a craftsman.
Skilled trade unions are well-trained career pros, not part-timers. Construction is a rewarding and lucrative career with the advancement potential, but you have to do it the right way with the right training. Learn how you can be a pro. Find your career at georgiaconstructioncareers.com.
Hey, is the power off on this?
I don't know. Just take it off.
Safety violation, unsafe work conditions.
In the construction trades unions, safety is our highest priority, and we train you to recognize and speak out on unsafe working conditions so that everyone arrives and goes home safely. Learn about careers in construction at georgiaconstructioncareers.com.
What you doing?
Hey, just finishing this claim to get Dave back on the road.
Nice. I wonder what Dave's doing.
You do your thing. We've got you covered.
All right, guys, we are back. Appreciate you guys staying in with obviously the commercials, man. But yeah, it wouldn't be made possible, man. Craig came up with a great idea. Well, both of us did actually, but Craig just doing it remote, man. I thought it was just best, especially what's going on at the office, and I think this would be good, man. It's been a fun show, man. We could talk to 4 or 5 guys today.
Yes.
Yeah,
No, great
man. So
interviews.
yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun talking to these guys, building these rapports and these relationships, man. So yeah, man, we really enjoyed it. Hope you guys have as well, the viewers, and we got about another hour and a half, and we're gonna wrap it up. But Craig, just what's your biggest standout? I mean, obviously we're gonna get back to Georgia Tech and talk about them a little bit, but what's just stood out to you so far in signing day as we wind down another hour and a half?
I think it's the maturity of these kids. We talk about the class of 2024 going into this new landscape at the college level, all the different things they got to go through, the forms he had to fill out, early enrolling, going straight into it. I mean, this is a tough thing to do, but it seems like they're just mentally prepared. And looking back when I was in high school, it's like, yeah, they're on the right track. I'm telling you, I was still watching MTV and SpongeBob. I wasn't focused like they are. So it's impressive. It really is. I mean, Ryan, he was a guy who had 3.8 GPA, and Kel had all these opportunities. He's transferring to where he feels the right fit. And so I think all these guys, and then even a guy like Joe, it's like he lands his dream school. So I think they're just in really good positions.
Yeah, no, I appreciate Ryan just sharing, because a lot of us don't know. That's why I like talking to college players, because then you get to see it from their perspective, like, what is a transfer portal like? Because for us, we're the outside looking in. We're like, oh, why is this kid transferring? But, like, it's a lot you got to do to just transfer. And then it's like you see guys on their 3rd or 4th school. It's like you said, you got to apply to the school. You got to let the school know that you're leaving. Then you got to get accepted to that school. You got to send them paperwork. Like, it's a whole process. Yeah. So now when we see these portals and these flips and things like that, I think we're going to –
it's not just the player transferring, it's the credits, it's the financials, it's everything. So, I mean, to knock that process out in a week, I mean, I was curious too how long that took.
Yeah.
And then you got to, the coaches. I mean, it's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah.
It's
not just
crazy.
enter your name and then transferring. Wow, like you said, Craig, it's a whole thing.
And to think that it went from no one's allowed to transfer except if it's like crazy circumstances
or grad
just
transfer
a few years ago to what it is now. It's I guess a lot of people have had to either pick up more work or hire new people to handle that process, because it's a lot. It really is.
You're lying, Craig. It's a good point by you. But yeah, man, it's been a fun-filled day. I'm trying to think, is there any more big commits that we've missed or anything like that before we go back to Tech? I think we hit a lot of Georgia players, right?
On the scheduled commits, I thought someone might be doing theirs tonight. Let me just see. They have a scheduled commit list. Hold on. Scheduled commits. All right, so coming up none today. It looks like we talked about Trajan Greco.
Apparently, he's already signed.
Why does it say that?
But so peep this, Craig. Apparently about Greco. So apparently he's already signed, but he's not announcing it to the 6th.
And that's going to be at the All-American game.
I think so. And I think the intriguing thing about that too, Craig, is that actually because I think that date we've been seeing is that January 7th for most of these players. So it kind of doesn't make sense. I think he just kind of waited until then, but a great honor to play in the All-American Bowl, obviously, as well.
Pulling up that roster right now. So let's look at I guess the East team would be most relevant for us.
Yep.
All right. Big Colorado commit.
Jordan Seaton.
Jordan Seaton out of IMG, the big offensive tackle.
Yep.
Huge for Colorado to bolster that offensive line. KJ looks like he's going to play in that game. Sammy Brown.
He was the Buckets winner too. Sammy Brown was.
Dang.
Yeah, I meant to say that.
The guy that scores 40 touchdowns is also the Buckets winner.
He's awarded it. Yep.
Aaron Nolan, lots of Georgia players on this list so far. Carr, see what he can do. He had such a great season.
Sure did. I think Jeremy's on there too.
Landon Thomas. I want to talk about the tight end position real quick. Just in the state of Georgia, it's
loaded.
I think this might be the most loaded.
You got a couple off the top of my head. You got Walter Matthews guys. You got I think Cameron Fowler's on there. Luke Harper. Hunter Till, we haven't talked about him yet. Miami of Ohio commit, a really special player, officially signed with them. Really great, just reliable receiver for the Walton Raiders all year. But I mean, it's some really good guys in Georgia. Craig's pulling it up right now,
and they're all different too. All right. I guess you can't do one or the other. One sec, guys. We'll go national, but a lot of these guys are national. But Landon Thomas, total beast mode, 6'4", 235. He's going to be one of those guys that can disguise when he's in formation. Is he going to be able to block on a run play? Can he flex out wide? He runs like a receiver, physical, yards after catch, all that. And he's Florida State. That's a huge one. He's going to play, no doubt. Michael Smith, Calvary Day, South Carolina, unbelievable player all those years. He was one of Jake's top targets when he needed him. Can also run block extremely well, physical. Walter Matthews from Hiram. He's going to Southern Cal. This is the top 12 of the nation right here. I'm already listed like 6 guys. I mean, the depth out of Georgia at this position.
And this is what Craig's looking at, so you guys can see in the audience.
Fox, UCF, big time mismatch. Total beast, just getting started. More.
Yep, Walter Matthews, Hiram. Yep.
You got Noah Onya from Mountain View. Looks like he's still uncommitted. He's number 83 in the state of Georgia. I haven't gotten to see him play much. Luke Harpering, Georgia Tech, great blocker.
Yep.
Where's the Camden County's guy? Where's he ranked?
It's Elias Williams. He is 2025, but he's like the number 1 player. Yep. Another great one. Grant Lasky,
that guy is an absolute freak of nature.
Yes.
My goodness. Like,
for sure.
I think Brooks Austin called him an avatar. It's like that's. I mean, he was the biggest damn guy on the field. Seeing him play against that because Walton, they had a great defensive front. Ashton Woods, Wendell Gregory, all those guys. He could handle them physically. I mean, he was one of the biggest tight end prospects. Caleb Odom's a big mismatch. Kylan Fox, but I'm telling you, Elias Williams in Camden County. I have never seen a guy like that.
And then it's like he's big and then he's athletic too. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's something you don't always see, man. And I mean, if Georgia can keep him, and you add to the great tight ends that they've been able to bring in, the Brock Bowers of the world, and these really high prospects at tight end. I mean, he's just going to add to that list.
Yep. And then, we got to talk about Hunter and just what is so unique about Hunter. It's like he's just such a complete tight end. Like he's gonna be able to go in and block. He's not afraid to be physical, and then it's like craftiness, but also just years of doing it. It's like he's so good at just getting open, using his body to box people out. He has such strong hands. You saw it on his touchdown in the state championship, going over two guys. I mean, if he's able to fight you for the ball, he's going to win every single time. If you were to rate their different skill sets, I just think he's the most complete. He's that guy that you can put him in, and the defense is not going to know what the hell they're going to do. Is he going to come down and lay a big block, and they're going to run outside? Is he going to fake a block and then peel out? Every single play, you have to have someone full attention on him, and I don't think there's anyone else that demands that. There are bigger mismatches, but in terms of a set piece for an offense,
no.
Yeah, he's next level. He's the perfect fit for what all these colleges are doing. So the tight end talent's unbelievable.
It is. Probably, like you said, one of the best ones we've had in the past.
I don't know how you beat this. No. I mean, there's been some good ones. Caleb Odom, seriously.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like throwing an alley-oop. It seriously is. He made a play against, it was the Rome game, as one of Rome's only loss before the tough one to Thomas County Central. But I mean, they knew Carrollton pretty much had the game sealed at this point. But it's like, okay, we got to finish. Rome finally has them like in a big third and long situation as a penalty. Juju goes back, hits them, takes a huge hit, doesn't fall down, spins out of it with like one leg, and then finishes the play with 20 more yards in the end zone. And it's like, what did I just watch?
Right.
And then talked to Coach King afterwards. He was like, that's a play only he can make. And he's right. I mean, no one else is doing that. Catching it over a guy, taking the contact, spinning out of it, and then powering into the end zone. I mean, Caleb Odom, I think watching him in college, people are going to know the name immediately if they don't already.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it was such a great time. I think sometimes we even said like that he needs to be more involved. That's just how great he was, and like just put him in a one-on-one situation. He's gonna win them 9 times out of 10. So, I mean, great point by you, Craig. I mean, he's just gonna be one of those impact players. I think that's gonna be able to come in immediately and be able to contribute, and that's what you want to see, obviously, out of the position, man. So.
We talked about Kylan Fox too, but what do you think about EJ Colson? What he did, and
I know, I you know what, I really wanted to bring EJ on because it's a lot that goes behind just reclassifying. It's like that's not an easy thing to do. You're coming up a year early, but I mean, I thought it was great for him because then now he can come in and compete, right? Obviously, you want to roll to May, so they might already have their starter. You know what I'm saying, potentially. But the thing about that is, I think spring practices are. I think, when does that start? Is that March or that's May?
Yeah, it's March, and usually I think G-Day is like that first week in April.
That's what I was thinking.
Games.
Yeah, so that's the interesting dude. But I think he did good doing that, and now he's gonna be able to come out with this great freaking 24 class. You got Jacob Good, Kylan Fox, who we'll talk about in a second. Walt Claire Flynn, who just was named a Max Preps All-American. And he's going to be able to come in with Paul Birdsong, another UCF player and commit. Like, he's going to be coming in with all that great talent. And it just sucks for me because I only got to see him play like once, and that was like for a half. But, and all of us here in Georgia. But, I mean, I think he's going to be able to come in, and they're going to be a special class. And I think you're going to see UCF be able to compete and contend, especially with them in the Big 12 now and in the expansion of the playoff next year, being the 12-team playoff there. It's going to be special. What do you think?
I think he's 100% going to compete for that job. Yeah. And for him to reclassify, I mean, that's something no one saw coming. He was a sophomore starter last year, takes them to the state championship. They play the toughest schedule. They do it again this year. He wins a lot of those matchups against the 7A schools. And then in the playoffs, their offense was perfect. I mean, they played – I don't think they had a bad possession the entire playoffs against Calvary Day. They lit up the scoreboard, took control early. He played unbelievable. Didn't make mistakes in the games that mattered. And I don't know how you outcompete a guy like that.
No, I don't know either. And then Colin Fox is just a mismatch nightmare, right? He got the size. It reminds me of my cousin that used to play football. Just of his size and his nature and the way he plays, a good 6'4", you know what I'm saying, tall. I think sometimes, like, I even think that previous year, not this year, I think he was used more this year, but that previous year, and in 2022, I thought he wasn't used enough. Like, you know, that kind of a talent. He could use in the red zone. We seen a play that he made, Craig. It was 2 people on him, and he went up and snags the ball against Archer on Peachtree Sports Network. I mean, we seen that. So, like, that talent is there. That's not easy to do. And then we seen on one play, he just goes. The defense falls asleep, dashes him right across the middle of the field. Same game. That's how special he is, man. I mean, he's gonna be a lot of fun to watch, especially at UCF.
That's what I liked about that offense. Like, they could use tempo, and then you aren't just getting up to the line of scrimmage, running a quick over-the-top route to him. It's like, no, he's getting downfield, making huge plays, can run in a high-tempo offense if he needs to. He can settle out, go out wide, run good routes. I mean, he is. That UCF class has some very talented playmakers.
I thought they nailed it.
Yeah. And Quay, you talked about, was it Quay Birdsong?
Quay Birdsong from True. Yep. Jacob Gould from Langston Hughes.
Multi-year starter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they had some tough losses, but UCF's a top program.
For sure.
I think they'll be right back in it.
100%.
They're at number 30 heading into today. So, yeah, that's a top class. That's better than a lot of big-time programs.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. But, yeah, we're going to look more at the classes in a second, guys. We want to preview the Georgia League Classic real quick before we go into some of the other classes for today. Craig, I do have a list for you to show you this as well. You can kind of see just some of the 8th graders and 7th graders. I think me and you are on the call for both of these games. I think you'll be the color guy. I'll be play-by-play. But just who are some guys you're excited to kind of see and watch? I'll let you kind of like look at the list a little bit. I know for me, I'm excited to watch Neve. Excuse me if I said this wrong, but Neve Boholkin. I'm gonna have to actually that in person, but he's a class of 2029, so that's a 7th grader. Could be a rising 8th grader. Currently attends Mount Vernon School in Atlanta, Georgia, rated the #1 quarterback in Georgia by QB hit list for the class of 29. Exclusively invited to obviously our Elite Classic, also All-American, nominated by MVAD to compete in the National All-State Football Game. Also a great point guard as well. Is also coached by your boy Ron Veal, Craig. So I mean, he's already getting that good tutelage and coaching. Already has some major camps he's been to. Upcoming, he got Next Gen All-American Camp, exclusive invite QB Universe Camp, Elite Athlete, Top 100 FBU Under Armour Camp, QB Legacy, QB Roots. So I mean, he's gonna be fun to watch. I have not seen his film. I'll be honest with you guys. I mean, this is 8th grade or 7th grade, so I haven't been able. They don't really have huddles, guys. Like the huddle don't start coming to like 8th grade, and even that's kind of a stretch. That's usually like 8th grade is usually just YouTube. And then it goes to huddle in 9th grade. But I'm excited to see him watching. We're going to see him up close and personal. And the kid's heavily talented right now. Completed 73% of his passes this past season in an air raid and spread offense. So I'm excited to see him. And another one, I'll let you go, Craig, Bryson Hurst. What's crazy is this guy's an 8th grader. He was already dressing out with Grayson when we went to a couple of games this season. I was like,
yep.
What? Like, I said, okay, I was like, I've seen you before. I was like, okay, that's Bryson. And then I was like, wait, hold on. You're dressing out with him? He was like, yeah. I was like, you're in 8th grade for Grayson. This is Grayson. Grayson, guys. This is like a power program. This is a blue blood program. You're dressing out for them? What?
It's like working for NASA when you're 13 or something.
Yeah, it's not something you really see a lot. So, I mean, that impressed me. But those are a couple guys I'm looking forward to looking. Obviously, there's more, but who are some guys caught your eye?
Well, I think the 7th and 8th grade games are awesome. So, first of all, it's like you're in this all-star setting. So, you're a quarterback. You're going to meet with the coaches. You're going to have a couple practices. And then you're just going to have to let your talent shine. You're going to have to get on the same page with these guys. We've had so many talented 8th graders and 7th graders playing this game. Owen Papeau, last year, who balled out in our game. Christian Pancake Hunter. He just won a state championship for Milton. Yeah. And so they're going into their varsity careers. Some of these guys, they're going to be playing freshman football next year. Some are going to be playing JV, and some are going to be playing varsity. Some are going to earn that time. And so this is an opportunity before that big tryout with their high school teams to play in a game on television against the best of the best. I think it's going to be really exciting, and we've had great middle schoolers playing this from the start. We opened our season with the Sheriff's Cup, seventh grade football.
Fun. Yeah,
unbelievable
I love that.
game. The finals between Tucker and Grayson. Was that Tucker Grayson or Tucker McEacher?
No, Tucker Grayson.
Tucker Grayson,
You had it right. And then Tucker actually ended up winning the championship.
Yeah, and anyone that watched that game, it was top notch. It was impressive.
Yes.
And Tucker actually won it with I think, was it a backup quarterback, or they had a 2 quarterback?
Yeah, the coach's son was hurt.
Yep. Yeah, he had to step up.
Yep, he got hurt.
And that was at the beginning of the year. These are the 7th graders at the end of it, heading into this next year. So I think they've had their season. We're going to get to see them kind of at the end after they've had another year under their belt. So I think it's going to be exciting. The 8th grade game is going to be a lot of fun, and it'll be a good way to start it off. It'll be super early. Might be a little cold like it is now. Who knows?
It snowed last year.
Yeah.
It snowed up there last year. So, I mean, that's something to obviously watch for. But, yeah, we are doing it outside in the cold, so we'll be right there with you guys.
Well, no, it'll be a lot of fun. And, we'll try to see the practice ahead of the broadcast, see if we can see any of the guys that have been standing out.
Yep.
And I just think it's cool because, I mean, look at the legacy of some of the guys that have played in it before. And last year, Christian Pancake Hunter, top prospect nationally. And so for people that don't know, you can get on the boards early. You can get on that recruiting attention early. Kids are getting offers heading into their freshman season, heading into their 8th grade. And there were a lot of great sophomore and freshman starters this year. So, I mean, that time's going to come sooner than later for a lot of these young guys in this class.
Yeah, and I'll say real quick to kind of go on from this point, the big thing is you're going to have Rusty there. Rusty doesn't do rankings anymore, but Rusty is a known behemoth, known guy, a dependent on person in the industry, right? A lot of people look up to Rusty. A lot of people talk to Rusty. He's plugged in and loaded on pretty much every landscape. Got MVP camps, got Dogs HQ, does the games on Friday nights, goes to UGA games on Saturday. Like, he's completely plugged in. He's going to be there. And then he's bringing Chad Simmons, a known person in the industry that's well-regarded and well-respected. And he's a guy that can give you a lot of attention. I thought what was so cool about Corky Kell last year or this past season was that he was there. And guess who he was taking pictures of? A guy that nobody was really talking about, Chase Linton, right? Ended up winning our Defensive Player of the Game and started to get on national radars. And that's really all it takes. And if you have a standout, like you said, you can start leaving your legacy. You can start getting out on front, getting those offers early. And I think Rusty now is trying to get D2 coaches and other major college coaches to come to these things. It's kind of tough because of the period, because you obviously got the bowl games and all that stuff coming up and the preparation for all that. But if you can start getting college coaches to come and kids getting offers when they're there, just the practices and on spot, that's a game changer right there, in my opinion. And one last player you guys should look for, and Craig, you're probably going to need to know this name too, Kevin Hughes. Call him a.k.a. Rambo. You think you know what that means. So the kid can play. They just won a GFL state championship. It's going to be going to Buford. He's going to be a kid to watch. I think that's like, obviously I got to look what Buford has coming up. But I think this is going to he's going to be a kid where you're going to be like, that's their first true wide receiver we've seen in a long time. And it's not to say that they have not had wide receivers. It's to say that they've had athletes playing wide receiver. I think he is a true wide receiver coming in. Now, he's only going to be a freshman. It's going to be interesting what Coach Applin does. If he's going to come up to the fray that early, he's going to have a lot of growth, as you said. But this is the guy, Kevin Hughes, a.k.a. Rambo, one to watch for as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be looking at the future. Yep. And these middle schoolers, unlike in the past, I hate to always be that back in my day, but it's like they're watching film of themselves. They understand the game. But you go out there a few years ago, and it's like the coach is literally just telling you to run to this spot. It's not the case anymore. These kids understand what they're doing. They go out there, they're physical, and they're playing to step into programs like Buford that have national spotlights on them. They're looking at signing day right now, the 3 biggest names in the state coming out of that program. They know where they're heading. They have their sights set on it. It's going to be outstanding. And then I think another thing about Georgia Elite in general, it's located in Rome the last few years. But one of the things Rusty was saying is like, man, there's a lot of Rockmart kids out here right now. And then you look at how incredible they did this season, a tough loss to Pierce County, but I think there's a lot of programs that are sending their guys there because the coaches want to put their players in the situation, build that excitement around the recruiting, and also just allow them to represent their high school programs in this game. It's always fun. It's over 1,500 kids that have played in it that have gone on to play in college. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then it's always exciting to see who's going to come out and get that MVP performance, who's going to shine the brightest.
It's a great point, man. And then it's going to always be something you always remember. We've seen the guy that's actually bought out in this event, Tommy Lafayette, won it last year. It's won it, I think, 2 years in a row now. See how heavily recruited he's starting to become for the Lambert Longhorns, I believe is their team name. So it's going to be fun, man. We can't wait. We'll be there. Craig will be hosting as well. So Craig will be super busy. I'll be doing the sideline interviews as well. And we're going to reveal our top 10 as well there. So that's what we got for there. Those are players we're looking forward to. Obviously, doing more research before the game, but that's when we look at the onset of who we're excited to kind of see. But let's keep it rolling. Let's go back to signing day, Craig. Just kind of put a bow on it for the next 45 minutes to an hour. Talking about some of these major prospects.
Yeah, we'll have stories up in a preview. We'll also have the rosters, GeorgiaEliteClassic.com. You can see who some of the quarterbacks are going to be, receivers. And I mean, some of the past quarterbacks, we've had Aaron Philo in there, Reese Fountain, obviously, Jeremy Hecklinski. A lot of big-time quarterback names have been in this game.
For sure. But all right, guys, I'm going to check the Twitters first, see if I see anything going on right now. Why do I feel like he was committed somewhere else in Flint?
Watch out for Alpharetta in the upcoming seasons. People that are sleeping on them, they replaced a lot this last year. I think they're going to be very talented. Just give them some time. They're actually going to be in the Corky Cup Classic for the first time ever this upcoming season, playing at the Benz. So they'll have that also motivating them this offseason, kind of coming out hot with that chip on their shoulder after some tough losses. But I think Alpharetta this upcoming season, I think it's a situation similar to what you're saying about Rome. It's like they have a really talented player at every single level. They just got to build that team.
That's it. That is it. All right, I'm going to check my notifications real quick on Twitter, see if anything stands out, and then we're going to just talk about, that's some breaking news right there.
The Phoenix Moss.
That's Phoenix Moss says recruitment is 100% open. I'm going to go ahead and retweet that. We've gotten to see him play. Craig, instant reaction to that. Let's share the screen with you guys. We've seen him up close and personal numerous of times. This is Phoenix Moss, man.
With Trinity Christian and what Coach Dallas and them do, that program produces just such tough kids that are able to just step up, play a variety of positions, do what they need to do. That school, honestly, enrollment-wise, they shouldn't be in 4A. They chose to. They actually chose to go from Class A private to Class 4A just to challenge themselves. And he's playing in the toughest region in all of 4A, in my opinion. Stars Mill, LaGrange, Troop, Whitewater, Fayette County, and look at the numbers right there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's a physical, proven back that did it against the top talent in 4A.
Yeah, I mean, he was committed to Navy. We know his fellow teammate was with them as well. Just what do you think of that? Do you think he goes to a different school, or do you think he just, is leaving it open? What do you think?
It's interesting because you look at the year they won the state title. A lot of their guys, they have a history of sending them to the academies, but also they've been put on the map. And so their guys have late in the season picked up much bigger offers and more specific ones that are tailored. So I think he's proven himself to be a guy that can take a ton of carries and handle a full season's workload. So I think he's a valuable back. He obviously has that breakaway speed, and physically he's just getting started. 210 pounds, can put on some more size. So would not be surprised if he goes to a different school. Be interesting to see him pick up let's see where his other offers are.
Yeah, while Craig's looking that up, I'm checking my mentions real quick, see if any other major news.
See if he's taken any visits. We don't have a 6'1", 205. Runs a 10.98 and 100 meters. That is blazing. Interesting. And yeah, so I mean, his teammate, as we mentioned, committed to Air Force. So they have.
Yeah, he was at Navy too.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so he changed his commitment too. That's interesting. Yeah. So the guys we're talking about.
Interesting. So his older brother Manny Moss. It looks like he entered the transfer portal to. I think he's going to Western Kentucky. So maybe he's going to join his brother there.
Maybe that's something to keep an eye on, guys. So that is news right there. That is Phoenix Moss. His brother just transferred over to, looks like, Western Kentucky, and he just announced that his commitment is fully open. That was December 6th when he posted that.
Manny just retweeted him. Western Kentucky.
That's a team to watch. I ain't gonna lie. I thought it was either there or Louisville for Kyle before he went to Eastern Kentucky. But yeah, I think Western Kentucky is a really interesting program for sure.
No, I really like what they're doing. They obviously have a strong connection to the state of Georgia. They've done a great job recruiting from there. But I really like what I'm seeing kind of in these rivalries growing in these other states. You got a lot in the, well, I guess South Carolina is not in North Carolina, but South Carolina Clemson is going to be huge.
Always.
The North Carolina, South Carolina, that's only going up. And then Tennessee, there's a lot of great teams. Even it's not just Vanderbilt and Tennessee. It's Eastern Tennessee, Middle Tennessee State. There is a lot of great up-and-coming programs throughout the Southeast that I really like what they're doing there.
I think the talent, too, that coming from Middle Tennessee State that's able to produce now on the NFL level is nothing to seize that either. Yeah, I mean, it's
Western Kentucky's producing it, too.
Yep.
Let's look at Middle Tennessee State. I want to see what they've always just done a phenomenal job. In terms of recruiting the state. I saw, what's his name? Max Nolan. I think that's the old Oconee County quarterback transferred to Tech. Do you remember him?
I don't remember him. Looks like they got the big offensive lineman, Zach Clayton from East Coweta. Landed him in the signing day. Brian Bruton from Miami.
Nico Fan.
I seen something where
Let's see if he's still committed.
I don't think he's still committed there. And the reason I see that, Craig, I seen something where he committed somewhere else.
Yeah, they're saying he originally on November 5th.
Yeah, watch. Look at this, Craig. It's Mercer.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Nico Fan went Mercer. He stayed in state.
So we got to update that.
Yep.
Aiden Butts. You talked highly of him.
have.
Let's see if he's still sticking with that.
Yeah, he's signed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's official. And Butts was always just high on their list. A guy that they really liked, and he's always been high in sacks. He's had back-to-back double-digit sack seasons here in Georgia, so that's getting it done. Especially trying to see if there's any more big Georgia guys. Brentwood, Tennessee is a big school too. Brentwood High School is a really good school.
Oh man, I
producing a lot of
can't
talent.
believe I didn't. We were talking about South Carolina. Matthew Fuller, that dude.
Oh yeah, Wayne County. Yeah,
he
kinda
has
slept
been
on that one.
doing his thing, and I'm trying to think like his coach. Let's see. I know there's a connection there. One second.
Alex Gill, quarterback. Amari Kelly.
Okay, so the connection there with Wayne County, Matthew Fuller. So I think he led 4A in rushing during the regular season, and then Jaden Duke Scott eclipsed him just after the deep playoff run. But the head coach at Wayne County is Jabo Shaw, who ended up quarterbacking at Georgia Tech for a season and then had a great career at Georgia Southern. And then Jabo's brother is Connor Shaw, who was the longtime quarterback at South Carolina. So I think Matthew Fuller, obviously there's a connection with the Shaws in South Carolina. I think they're getting a hell of a back because they ran that old school wishbone. He's taken multiple carries and he's explosive.
Yep.
He understands how to not only run in between the tackles, but really can be patient, let the plays develop. An elite back. No one stopped him all season long. So I think that's an interesting piece that I forgot to talk about with South Carolina. Matthew Fuller, that guy is one of the best backs in the state for sure.
No, 100%. Gonna be one to watch. And back to real quick to Middle Tennessee. Yeah, they did a good job. Also got Bowden's star safety Jordan Beasley. He's officially signed in there as well. And then also got Malik Love, Ola High School,
Nice.
From McDonough, Georgia. He's also coming there to Middle Tennessee, big time guy there. But yeah, Middle Tennessee getting a lot of guys from the Peach State, man, and doing a really good job as far as their program, man. So they're going to be very fun and interesting to watch as well.
Who do you think? Who else in the SEC have we not talked about that you think is going to have a really good class? Like, is it a Kentucky, a Florida? Is it Tennessee? Who do you think ranks behind Georgia and Alabama?
I think Kentucky's been doing a good job. I think underrated.
Texas.
Yeah, Texas too. Yeah, forget me forgetting about them. Yeah, no, Texas has been knocking it out the box, obviously. I think Auburn is the one that's underrated. They didn't get KJ, but if you go look at their commits and who they got, they just flipped the guy. You got Cam Coleman. Cam Coleman was a phenomenal receiver for Central this year. They got a Mon Lane. If you don't remember him, you got to see him with Moody. This past season, he's their corner, Craig. You can also go and look. It's a couple guys. They just got Perry Thompson, 5-star wideout. I mean, you got 2 5-star wideouts. Come on, man. That's getting it done. And you kept them within your own state. I think getting this commitment as well. DeMarcus Riddick from Chilton out of Alabama, too, was big for their program. Malcolm Simmons, you probably don't know a lot about him, but I've seen him, guys, from Benjamin Russell at the 707 national tournament in Hoover, Alabama. Talk about a guy that can ball, just give him the ball in space, Craig. Malcolm Simmons, the guy you want to just get the ball to. And then, Jalen Crawford's another one. We got to see him play, the really outstanding defensive back out of Parkview. So I think Auburn, if I had to put and pinpoint a team that I think is doing it the right way, getting the right guys, I think Auburn is this. Obviously they're a tier below Georgia, Bama, Texas, but that's the SEC school I would say I think is doing just an outstanding job. I got to see what Tennessee's doing, but I got to go Auburn for me.
I think that's a really solid pick, and having your top 2 guys as receivers, both 6'3".
Come on,
I like
long.
that. That's aggressive.
Woof.
That's like, hey, try to stop these guys the next few years.
Come on, man. It might get to play right out. And your boy Connor Lew, who used to play for Kennesaw Mountain, he was an all SEC All-American this year.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So, I mean, they got some guys. Yeah, and I mean, looking real quick, guys, at Tennessee, I think Mike McAdoo, that's a great pick, 5-star, probably the best player they got out of this class. Jake Merklinger is really good for Calvary Day. Might not play his first year, but I don't think Milton's coming back. I don't think they were really impressed with him anyway this past season. Boo Carter is another player I think they recruited really, really well, heavily recruited player from Cleveland, Tennessee. That's getting it done right there. I think William Satterwhite was another one on the offensive line that's going to come in and be able to help these guys early and often. So I think what Tennessee did was they landed the top recruits. As far as a depth standpoint, they're going to have to work on that a little bit, but I think they did a good job of getting like the marquee talent, in my opinion, Craig, and landing them. And then got to get some love also is another player that signed from Georgia, Jordan Burns. I know you remember him from recruiting day, Craig,
right.
along with Heaven Brown Schuler. He's going to be able to come in and kind of help them out as well as Jeremiah Hurd as well. So, but yeah, I think Auburn's that school that people are sleeping on that could potentially have a better year. Appreciate
CJ Jackson. You saw him play. He's going to LSU.
Yeah, what do you think of their class?
LSU.
Yeah.
I haven't looked too much into it. I guess I don't really know. What do you think the biggest position LSU's missing is? Because I think of them as like the Tennessee. They're good offensively. Sometimes struggle defensively. Obviously, you want to see them shore that up. I just think LSU's kind of solid at both sides.
It's going to be interesting to see what Jaden Daniels in the NFL draft. Who's going to be their next QB in line? I think Brian Kelly's been doing a good job of keeping them competitive. Played for SEC championship last year, lost to Georgia.
Do you think he'll be able to compete? AJ Swan.
He did just transfer there. Interesting. I didn't even realize that. You're right, Craig. Yeah, for sure. I think he'll be able to come in and obviously compete. I feel like LSU, though, the last few years, they have not had a true, stud running back. I feel like, too, and the defensive line-wise, obviously, that's not their staple, but I feel like they have not been, elite at either linebacker or, a safety or a defensive – what LSU's missing, they're missing a defensive star. Who's the last defensive star you can say is on the LSU team? We know they had Patrick Quinn with Joe Burrow and all them, but who's been the last one I can remember is Tyrann Mathieu. I mean,
That's
star.
Crazy, yeah.
Think about it. Who's been the last star for LSU on defense?
Yeah. Well, let's see if they have one in this class.
Yeah. So that's my thoughts on
defensive
LSU.
Guys, they got no 5 stars defensively.
No.
Safety. Yeah, and even down the class, no defensive lineman until
That's that Kojak Hobbins. Yeah. No.
Yeah, not a lot of tackles. They have some edge rushers, no big bodies in the middle. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. I think that's kind of what they're missing. ACC wise, let's look at Florida State. How are they faring? I know they dropped to 7 after losing basically KJ, but how are they looking?
Do you think they would have dropped if they would have made the playoffs as much?
Talking about recruiting?
Yeah. Do you think that hurt them at all? If they would have been contending?
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think that plays a factor. In my opinion, though.
Okay.
But yeah, let's look at Florida State a little bit more in depth. Let's look at the ACC a little bit. We'll look at Miami and Clemson, and kind of the big dogs. Look at UNC too. But Luke Kromenhawk, obviously, I mean, you talk about a kid that's elite. Everybody was kind of shocked that Stockbridge beat them. To a degree, they had a really great game, really great year. But I think, having him sign Charles Lester, there was rumors that he could flip possibly to Colorado and Deion could pull the same thing 2 years in a row. That would have been crazy. But I think that Florida State, besides losing, obviously, KJ Bolden, they did a great job of getting this class. Jamari Howard's going to be one of Northern Miami. I've heard a lot of good things about him on the national recruiting scale.
That's the great.
You know about them.
Right there.
Yes, you know all about them. I'm going to share the screen, guys, so you guys can see it as well. But yeah, I think you talk about Craig getting it done. I think Florida State overall did a great job with this recruiting class. We mentioned about Cameron Davis. We mentioned Landon Thomas. But they've done. I think they've done a marvelous job. Who else stands out to you, though, Craig, on that list?
Yeah. See, this is one of the first time we've seen out of all these classes someone actually signing a kicker at this point in the game. So this guy must be pretty damn good. You know what I mean? Like early rollers.
No, that I'll be honest, Craig.
No
that,
one has.
Yeah, no, that's a no. That does not.
This
happen
guy
like
must be
that.
kicking 60-yarders.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But yeah, let's look at it.
Share this with you guys real quick. You guys can see as we go through this to wrap up
I think
show.
Cam Davis is really solid. Doherty struggled obviously this last year, but
Another kid we're sleeping on, BJ Gibson from Wilcox County, the receiver.
I've heard about him, but I have not looked into it enough.
Yeah, he's really good, man. A good playmaker, man. Guy that can really stretch the defense, man. Really underrated and really slept on as well.
I just think with like a guy like Luke Cromenhawk, yeah, he lost a game to Stockbridge this year. They kind of jumped out all over him. It was close in the half, but I mean, he just is such a.
He's elite, man.
Yeah,
I got a chance to see him. He just gets it.
Yeah. He competes. He's going to understand the game plan going in. He's not going to get rattled.
No.
He's physical. No. He's not going to make the game about, oh, I need to make this play. No, he's leading the team, but he also can do spectacular things. I think he's solid, and I think he's going to earn the respect because he's a tough guy. He kind of not skill-wise at all, but reminds me of like a Haynes King where he's just going to go in there and put it all on the line and be like, all right, if I'm going to be the quarterback, I'm the leader. I'm going to try to win the sprints. I'm going to work hard every day. Definitely aren't going to outwork them. And you come from that Benedictine program, there's a reason they've been so successful. I mean, they beat some really good teams this year, not only in their region, but the Ware counties, all that. So I think he's going to be ready to go.
Yep. But speaking of ACC, let's look at Miami, man, and what they've been able to do. Obviously, Nycar, special talent.
Put that season behind them.
I mean,
watch out for them next year, though.
For sure. And then, they had a lot of exodus, too, guys. If you guys didn't know, Tyler Van Dyke transferred out. That's their quarterback. So, I mean, I think, they're going to have a different-looking team this year, especially. But, I mean, what they've been able to do, I think, has been impressive. Not getting Nycar. Elijah Lofton is another kind of slept-on player, but from Bishop Gorman, that tight end. He's really, really impressive. Cameron Pruitt, another guy I've heard a lot about, Theodore. A guy that you guys can watch out for as well. That's really an impressive player.
Do you think Luke Nickel ends up still going there next year?
The interesting thing about Luke is that Luke's a star. But think about this. You got Judd Anderson who's coming in, right? Obviously, now Warner Robins formerly up there. I'm hearing that Luke, and this is, I don't know if it's insider information or whatever, but Luke is starting to get a lot of buzz out of Georgia.
I knew you were going to say that.
That is what I'm hearing.
I'm
hearing Luke get a lot of buzz out of Georgia. I'm not saying he's not committed to Miami. That is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that they are high on him, and he's kind of caught their eye a little bit, and he is on the radar. And you talk about a guy that has a championship experience, has gotten better, as Coach Reese has alluded to. He's the guy, the reason why they made the semifinals in his first year as the head coach, win the state championship the year after. I mean, he just seems like he's a good fit for a Georgia program. That's just me.
He played a perfect game in the championship. He didn't do anything that he shouldn't have, didn't make any stupid mistakes. And here's the thing. Listen to what Najee just said, because you're going to hear it all next season. When they make these comparisons, they're going to say, he reminds me of Jake Fromm. It's like these Georgia orbiters, I think they're just going to plant the seed in everyone's head.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They want him. But I can totally see them making a big push.
Yep.
He's the real deal. He is legit. Watching him play this year, I swear I forgot, against Roswell for a second, I'm just like, oh yeah, he's a junior, because he just looks. He's obviously been started. He looks like a senior. He's looked like a senior since sophomore year.
Yes.
He's only gotten bigger. win a state championship like he did this year, they beat Grayson, Colquitt, and Walton in back-to-back weeks. Are you
Three
kidding
top
me?
25 teams. Yep.
With a team that has like all its starters returning besides DeBron. It's unbelievable
It is
what he's able to do. So yeah, if he ends up going to Miami, I think it's definitely 50-50 to me at this point.
Yes, and I will tell you guys, don't get me wrong, commitment is very important. But I think the thing with commitment, guys, you got to really look at is it's like that's my favorite school. That's the school I'm most likely to go to. I'm not saying he's not locked in. He is, but I'm just saying it's really like, as Chad Simmons always saying, the big time guy, Steve Wolflong, it doesn't matter, guys, until you get pen to paper. I hate to say it. It's important. It matters. How you doing? But it's all about just getting that pen to paper. So that's going to be a storyline I think to watch for. And come on, man, you're going to tell me Luke potentially is going to turn down Georgia?
No.
If they give him an offer? And then, to peep this, Craig, another storyline, last thing about that. Luke and the Milton Eagles went to Georgia at their camp and won the 7-on-7 this past summer.
That's right.
So, hey, I'm just saying that's what I'm hearing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm the perfect insider. I'm just saying some of my stuff does come potentially to fruition. I did say that your boy LeBron was going to go there. I was wrong on KJ, but it just felt like Auburn to me. But it's okay. It happens. You're not going to get them all right.
Agreed. And so also with Miami, Savion Riley, who is an absolute baller when Kennesaw Mountain had their historic season where they won a playoff game for the first time. He's going from, looks like, Vanderbilt to Miami.
Yep.
Hold on one sec, guys. Let's see who NC State has.
Well, before that, I got to get your thoughts on Clemson, man. Your boy, 5-star, I think one of their best players, Sammy Brown's there. I think they finally hit on wide receiver with Bryant Wesco, 5-star. Like, we've been waiting, like, when is Clemson going to get an elite receiver? When is it going to happen? And they get him and TJ Moore from Tampa Catholic. I think they've nailed that position. And the interesting thing is running back. David Osiemi, who we got in the C, Craig, with North Cobb. He's going to come in. I think Will Shipley's probably going to be out. Phil Maffa, hopefully he stays. But I think they're going to be good at running back. We talked to Joe Wilkins, who's a Clemson commit. Their secondary looks good. They're going to have Ricardo Jones from Northside Warner Robins coming in. I mean, I know it's underrated, and I think on 3, Clemson is 17. Here right now, I think they're on number 14. But I think Clemson did another just great job finding diamonds in the rough. They got Noah Dixon from Troup County, Craig, as well. Heaven Brown Schuler on the defensive line. Got Champ Thompson from Meadow Creek. I mean, we almost got to put to a point like Clemson loves Georgia because like they're always getting guys from here. And I think they really nailed their class. I think they got some really prime-time prospects. But what's just your overall consensus on Clemson and their recruiting?
I think this year in particular, they got guys that really want to stick their careers out at Clemson. They're there for the long haul. I know they had some guys transfer that I didn't think would have, but that was after a season where, I mean, let's be honest, that was a tough season for Clemson, but I think they're going to come back with a vengeance, a chip on the shoulder. They're going to play in these primetime matchups early in the season, and they're going to have something to prove. And that driving them throughout the offseason, knowing that they're finishing way down in the rankings. The ACC is there for the taking. I think last year was a wake-up call. I think it's a great class. Get that young talent coming in. I think you're going to see Sammy Brown play right away. A lot of these other guys. And, yeah, having receivers, that's huge.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's going to be big.
Yeah.
You have receivers. It's not even just about being the fastest.
Nope.
Just for guys that can get open. That's it. Get open.
Oh. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think Clemson nailed it. I think they're going to be, they didn't have a great season, probably below their standard with Dabo, but I like that they're sticking with him. I don't think he should be on a hot seat or nothing, but I think that momentum they built, Craig, towards the end of the season, getting that big win against Georgia Tech, turning them over 4 times, Haynes King, a game you don't really see from him. I think that momentum they built towards the end of the season is going to kind of factor in towards the start of the season next year.
Yeah, they had a good turnaround, and I mean, a guy like Dabo who's been there that long, I think he's going to be able to look at the things they did wrong last year and evaluate. You got a staff that's been there a long time. They're going to be able to look at that schedule, prepare, and erase those mistakes. I think they're going to have an exciting year for sure.
100%.
I think Luke will be happy about it.
100%. But all right, you brought up NC State, so let's talk about it, Craig. What just stands out to this list for you? I got to go Ronnie World the third. I know he doesn't have big size. You probably look at 5'9", 175. That's small. But I mean, this is just an athlete. You get the ball, get the ball in his hands, man. He's just a different breed, man. I think he'll help NC State there. Obviously, we know they got Jaden Duke Scott, the really dynamic running back. But what's just your thoughts? 4 guys from Georgia, but overall, looking at the landscape, just what do you think?
I think they did a great job. I mean, you're in that top 30 range, top 5 in the ACC, top 4. Coming off a solid season, had a big win over UNC. I think North Carolina has a lot of up-and-coming programs that it's not a basketball state anymore, and they did a great job in Georgia. Jaden Duke Scott, total beast, breakaway speed, and he's going to be able to, I mean, he is durable. He's going to be able to come in and definitely provide a punch. Justin Terrell. I mean,
I was going to ask you that. What
outstanding players.
I was going to ask, what do you think for NC State fans that could be watching? What do you think those players can add to Javon Bailey from Middle Creek, Justin Terrell on that defensive line? Like we said this year, we felt Rome had a star or a really great player on all 3 levels. So what do you think of that?
I think those guys are absolute ballers. I mean, it's hard to think that all of them got overlooked by other programs. All those guys had tons of offers, but I mean, they did a really good job of just landing solid guys like that. I mean, I can't say enough about it. Every time we saw those guys play this season, they were absolutely unstoppable. Justin Terrell, great run stopper. I mean, he fights every single play, knows how to let his backers come in behind him, shut down the Hughes rushing attack. If you look at the yards per average carry against Rome this year, I don't think any team was able to get north of 4 yards in a game. I mean, even the Carrollton game. So I think you have a run stopper with him. You got a great running back with Jaden Scott. Mundy's Mill, that's a team with tons of athletes this year. He was from that school. Joshua Furr, one of the highest rated guys in that class. Just think they did a good job hitting the metro area and then big time programs like Rome.
100%. Well, let's look at one more ACC school, and then I got a school that I think outside of the Power 5 as Group 5 that did a really magnificent job. But let's look at North Carolina. We talked to a guy earlier, Andrew Wasinski from Creekview, who they're getting, but got some really special players. It's kind of crazy to think Jaden Patterson from Mill Creek is their highest rated player on the program in this class. So we got to see him play. Obviously, right after that is Andrew Wasinski, that really great offensive lineman. I think he'll get bigger. I think, like you said, I think he's going to end up getting about 315, 310 Craig.
Oh, yeah.
As far as his
he's
size.
Going to be I think out of all these guys we've covered, not the ones we've interviewed, but like big names, there's a reason he's that highly rated at that position. With his weight being only 275, we've seen this where these tackles grow into it and become first round, second round picks. I think he has that in his future.
Yes, 100%, man, and he's going to a good school. I think the one they really nailed was Providence Day out of North Carolina, Jordan Shipp. I've heard nothing but great things about him. A 1,000-yard receiver, can really stretch the defense. He's really elite. But some guys, Craig, we've seen multiple times, Tashawn White at safety. See him have to play the offensive side of the ball, but just a natural fit at the safety. Another phenomenal corner, Zion Ferguson, who's originally committed to LSU. Just what do they add for those North Carolina fans that are wondering about those two?
Buford's defense was lights out this entire season. No one was able to light up that secondary. Played alongside KJ. Played offense too. He's a baller. Zion Ferguson, obviously well coached at Gainesville.
Yep.
2 great seasons he's played. Tons of starts under his belt. I like both those. But Aiden Banfield, out of all these offensive linemen, I've said like this year seems like an anomaly. There's not a lot of highly rated guys. There's not your Mitch Hyatts, Chuma Edoga. Georgia typically at our high school level, you look at our recruiting class, there's at least like 5 offensive linemen. This year, there might be 4 in the top 50. Well, 2 of them are going to North Carolina. Andrew, and then from Mill Creek, Aiden Banfield. Aiden Banfield has been one of the best interior linemen, best offensive linemen in the state, hands down. Every coach that has played them has said it. He's been paving the way for Cam Robinson these last 2 seasons. So I think with this class, North Carolina, they got 2 of Georgia's best offensive linemen in the same class, and they're going to be a tackle that has a tremendous upside and future to continue to grow and really hit his peak in a couple of years. And then Aiden, who is ready to go, I think, right away. And that's just on the offensive line alone. But they took 2 of Georgia's best offensive linemen in the state, hands down. I think that's the biggest standout. And then I think Ashton Woods, he'll be able to bring it a guy that can play stand-up linebacker, has tons of interceptions in his career. And that is not easy to do. That's being heads up. That's understanding the down and distance better than anyone. It's being physical, getting to the football, all the forced fumbles. He had one opening series against Milton. He has big play ability. He could have gone to a lot of other schools. Comes from a football family, obviously. He's a big name. He's going to generate a lot of excitement. And then who's the other one we're missing?
Leroy Jackson's one we haven't talked about. I think he's special. We see him just basically game record game against Houston County. I mean, we talk about take over. I mean, just taking over. I mean, 2.5 sacks in the last couple of possessions and took over that game and didn't allow Houston County to come back. I think he's going to be a great addition to their team. A really, really smart individual, just humble. Really enjoyed talking to him after the game, but the kid can just play.
Yeah, he shut down that game. 6'2", 275.
Yeah, right here, Leroy.
Yeah, well, if the talent they got in this class from states outside of Georgia is equal to the names from Georgia we just mentioned, they're going to be very dangerous.
100%.
And that is that is quite a list. And yeah, Mac Brown, he's doing his thing. I mean, he has a national championship presence to him. So, I mean, that's huge at a school like North Carolina, where I already said it's not a basketball school anymore, but let's just be honest. They've won more in basketball and football, but you have a national championship coach there, generating excitement. He's been doing the home visits for all these guys. So that you're playing for a legend.
No, 100%. The team I did want to mention was actually James Madison. They're very low rated 100, but I thought these guys that they're getting is going to be special. I think them flipping, obviously it's National Signing Day right here, but I just want to show you a couple guys I thought that they did a really great job on just getting out of the Georgia State. That are just kind of just underrated, but guys that you guys are going to see. And this year they were really good, ended up getting right there, real close to winning the Sun Belt. But it's 2 guys I want to mention that I saw committed. Obviously Dylan Williams and then Najeh Hopper. I thought both of those guys were magnificent. But you see it right here, committed to the Dukes. Craig, you could talk about him. It's a special place. We got to see him make this season with Dylan Williams.
He is probably the best 50-50 catcher I've seen, because it's not 50-50 balls with him. He catches it the majority of the time. He can take contact. He times his jumps incredibly well. He can track the ball incredibly well. He makes difficult catches look routine all the time. His highlight tapes and his ability to score touchdowns, it's incredible. And he's been doing it for the last 2 seasons. When KJ stepped into the quarterback position after Robbie Roper, he led them to the victory against Denmark week 1, had a huge game-winning touchdown catch. His last 2 seasons, he's been doing it every single game. Single-handedly balled out in the Milton game, was giving that top defense headaches with the circus catches he was making. I was on the sideline. They're like, how did he catch that? How did he catch that? And that's been the story with him. He's just going to make incredible plays, and that's just what he does.
All right, we got some breaking news, too, that we're going to react to, Craig. This is special right here. I'm not going to lie. Alabama just flipped another guy, obviously from Miami. So Bama's getting it done. But this one right here, I think is pretty special to be able to flip this guy and keep him in state. Here, see the audience can see. By Russell Johnson of Rivals, Georgia Tech has flipped Statesboro defensive end Amontre Bradford from Colorado. Head coach Brent Key led the charge, and late push from Georgia Tech leads to a flip. Yellow Jackets still not done for the day either. This is big time. I got to see him up close and personal. I called one of the games when they played Tucker in the playoffs, and I mean, you talk about a guy that just wrecked the game. I mean, absolutely wrecked it. And I thought this would have been a good get for the Colorado program, but it's initially where he was committed. But once again, as I told you guys, I think Tech is just a program that's been on the rise. I think next year you're going to see them have an even better year. This year they got, I think it was 7 wins, made a bowl game. I think next year you're going to see them in more contention for the ACC. It's a big flip in my opinion. Craig, what's just your instant reaction? And it's a big time get for them.
Yeah, no, Statesboro had a great season.
Yeah,
you were impressed with how well they handled
Very
Tucker
impressed.
defensively, and then I don't know. Georgia Tech. I thought last year, I guess it's still this year. They got a bowl game coming up, which is exciting, but they checked off the goal. They did what they needed to do this year, and they did more. They had huge wins that brought excitement back. They were competitive in almost every single game this season, and they did it with a team that really was coming together for the first time. They have a full off season. I think they're going to come out with a solid game plan. I don't think they're going to let up. I mean, they want to reestablish this program, not only to relevancy, but to more of these primetime matchups. We saw more of their games get flexed to national television, playing in the spotlight against Miami, one of the most exciting games of the year this season. I think Georgia Tech's an exciting destination now. I think they brought that back to the table.
Yes, great point by you, Craig. I think they have too, and Greg Key's doing a good job, man, with the program, and they're getting guys, and the guys are coming in ready to play. Eric Singleton obviously won all ACC. I think it was an All-American as well. I tried to reach out to him and get him on too, but I think you're right, man, 100%. That's really interesting to see kind of, how it continues to progress, but I think they're going to be right there. And then just going back, obviously, this is a different point, but Trajan Greco, where do you think he goes? Originally was locked in to Georgia Tech. Where do you think he ends up landing? Obviously, his top 3 is USC, Missouri, and then Georgia Tech. Do you think he stays with Georgia Tech? A lot of people think he's going to go to Missouri, but where do you think he ends up landing?
Missouri would be interesting. I don't know, because I felt like Georgia Tech was a great
fit, right?
Yeah,
that's what I felt too.
Exciting to stay in town. It's a big time program, but I don't know. I need to look into it because I'm not really sure where else he'd want to go. I think he could play at an SEC school too, but I just felt like that was a great opportunity for him. So I don't know.
I agree. So we're going to find out January 6th. Me and Craig will probably end up reacting. Oh, yeah, I meant to tell you guys, too, since it's National Sign Day, we got to give you guys all the information on us, too. So we're not going to have any more shows basically the rest of the year. So, this was a special. No shows tomorrow, no shows Friday. And then next week, we're going to have our Georgia Elite Classic. So maybe we'll do a special there or something with the computer and Craig will call in. I don't know. I'll see. This might be it, though, as far as the shows for this year. We'll probably pick it back up in January unless we have a special where we react to something big. But we'll keep you guys on standby for all of that. So I did want to let you guys know that as well. But I see Craig got pulled up Colorado. So let's look at them in their class and what they've been able to kind of do.
Obviously, it's an incomplete list. I guess this is just the signing.
Yep.
Let's go to.
So I know they're going to be, I think they still have them in the Pac-12, right? No, they do not. They've already changed that. They are in. They're in the Big 12, I think, now. Yes, they are. So they're actually number 1 guys in the Big 10, or excuse me, Big 12 going into next year. But let's look and see the work they've done. Number 21 overall. All right, so far as just signed guys, we'll just keep it there. As Craig mentioned, incomplete list. But signed guys, Draylen Miller, the wide receiver from Silsbee, Texas, 4-star player. Major recruit, Cameron Michael, who's a guy that I've heard and rumored that he wants to play both sides of the ball potentially for that program. So you're getting another major athlete to come into the program. I don't know if he's going to be in that same level as a Travis Hunter, who's won All-American, was on a lot of award lists this year, but a guy that can definitely come in and contribute early on for the program. Cameron Michael was a big get for them. Eric Brantley Jr. is officially signed for Philadelphia, had an all-state type of season. Michael Welch is another player from Baldwin, running back that is signed officially to them. So a lot of guys from this list from Georgia. Of the 5 guys signed, 3 are from Georgia.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yes, it is. And then major league for them, they got the hard commit from Jordan Seaton, but I guess he has not signed his letter of intent yet. It might be later on today. So this is a story I've heard a lot about Tennessee, Alabama for this kid. So we'll see with that one. But if they can land him, he got a hard commit earlier in December. This is be a big get if they can keep him. Yes, they really do, especially on the offensive line. But a couple transfer guys, Samuel Okalowa, that's a defensive line from Pitt to Colorado. Chidozie Nwanku from Houston to Colorado. Queen Barnes. So you see they're recruiting defensive line very heavy from Alabama to Colorado. Then they got Walter Taylor, a 6'7", a quarterback. Didn't really play much for the program. For Vanderbilt, Cordell Russell, Quincy Wiggins, Preston Hodge, Destin Wynn, Keaton Wynn. Those are twins. They didn't really play a lot for Kentucky. Let me see if I can share the screen with y'all so I can see what we're looking at. I'm just talking. Okay, there you go. Yeah, this is the screen. Yeah, so these 2 guys are twins. I know. Will Shepherd, I think this is such a marquee get for them. And if you're Vanderbilt, you gotta feel sick because you lost one of your top players, and Humphreys who's going to Georgia. Then you lose another top player in Will Shepherd, who's really good, Craig. I think he's gonna be a great addition to them. And I mentioned on some of my videos, Craig, it felt like they didn't have a big time possession receiver, a big time receiver they could use in the red zone. It's a lot of small guys. I think the addition of him is going to be real big for them. They got Khalil Benson from Indiana, officially signed in there. Justin Myers, Terrell Timmons, Tyler Johnson, I think is another big get for them, and then Yakiri Walker. So what's your thoughts on that overall? I think they've done good, especially getting guys from Georgia. They just lost the commitment from Amontre Bradford, who was another good defensive prospect for them. But what's your overall thoughts on it?
It's crazy because, I mean, all those guys, they took them from those programs. I think they went out and sought them. Like, these aren't guys that entered the portal and then they said, oh, well, we like you. It's like, no, they said, we like you. Come here. And so I think you're getting a lot of experience guys coming in, and if they're able to evaluate the things that you said, like they need a possession receiver, what does that do? It releases the pressure valve of the defense that they're able to do against a weak offensive line last year. It's like that's key. That's key to not having the game spiral out of control. And so I think they're evaluating, they're doing a good job, and this is a big year for them because they obviously have to improve this last finish. That's the goal. I mean, this last year, the goal is get that foundation, see what you need to improve in the future. This year, it's taking that next step. So this group, as I said, it's not going to be a fun off season for them at all.
Nah.
They're going to get pushed to the test. And listen, I mean, that's the point. You try to do something different, something special at Colorado, turn the program around in a short time, hit the transfer portal like this. You're going to have to put in that extra work and really come out and fix all those areas that went wrong this last year. The penalties, the offensive line play, and then try to recapture that excitement that they felt early on.
No, 100%. What's going on, Ashton Benton, man? Appreciate you tuning in. I think that's who I think it is. Appreciate you tuning in, man. What's going on, man? Recapping all the sign of day kind of frenzy, man. Any questions you want us to ask us, definitely comment down below. Appreciate you tuning in. But yeah, I agree with you with the Colorado take. And as I mentioned, man, you get all these guys coming in. It's football. You know this, Craig. You play the sport at a high level in college at Georgia. It's a lot about continuity. Like, you know, I've watched it for years. I played it too when I was younger, up into high school. But it's all about continuity. You can bring guys in, but if you're not sacrificing for one another, if it's all about self, it's all about me, bro, you're not going to be successful. Like, you have to buy into one goal, and it can't be selfish at all. Oh, what's going on, AJ?
Yeah, and you got to be able to win games differently depending on your opponent. Like, if you want to go the distance or compete for your conference, it's like you're going to have to win a defensive game. You're going to have to win a shootout if you need to.
Yeah.
And that takes, complementary football, in-game decision, closing out quarters.
Yeah.
I think this last year, it's like they had all that excitement, but then to have that, I think the Stanford game broke them. It's like once things spiraled out of control in one game, it's like they definitely lost that excitement. But that's fine. They got to learn how to win a defensive game, to control possessions, and if you have a miserable offseason to accomplish it, I mean that's just the way it is. They're going, and think about how great that would be. They put in all this work, and as I said, go from a team where everyone's saying, "Oh, this offensive line is the weakness of the team." If those guys put in the work and actually become a strength, it's like that is a great story. Like that is how you earn that respect as a team, to turn a weakness into a strength. That has to be the strategy, and I think it's possible. And there's no reason they can't do it.
No, 100%. But that's gonna be a fun storyline. And yeah, if you guys don't know the guy that commented, AJ Pittman, standout linebacker for Milton 2025 class. I do think his recruiting is going to kind of pick up, man. And man, he's just a special player.
Milton linebacker.
Hey, y'all are off the chain, man. I hope y'all know that, man. You, Hayden Tamania, Ja'Cory Stewart, Jack Lawson, man, y'all are fantastic, man. And y'all gonna be fun to watch, especially next year too. But congrats, y'all. Appreciate you tuning in and supporting the show, man. And man, you're a lot of fun to watch, and I can't wait to see you. I hope this recruitment blows up for you, man. It should. We're going to see, and you're going to be on the special list that we got coming out later as well. Going to put that out there. But definitely appreciate you tuning in, man. But, Greg, before we wrap up, we got about 20 minutes to go, man. What other big-time just topics you want to hit on before we close out the show for today? Whole 3 hours, the longest show I think we've ever done. But just what have you enjoyed about today so far, and what are some just storylines that you just taken away?
Well, I enjoy that. Signing day it's obviously changed a lot with this early period, the transfers. I think Coach Glisson at Troop was saying it's so impressive that they have 5 guys signing today, full rides in this new landscape. And I think with this class of 2024, it's so important, like as the state of Georgia, for these guys to show up and put in that work and dedicate themselves to this. And then if they're successful, teams are going to keep coming to Georgia. That's been the name of the game. The reason why Georgia's heavily recruited is because the guys have panned out at the next level. I think this class has tremendous talent. We talked about the 5 stars, the 2-way players, guys that are ready to show up and go. But to have the state of Georgia this important on National Signing Day, I think it's awesome. I mean, all these big storylines are centering around our guys, and we don't shape all of it. There's great players everywhere, but we shape a huge part of this entire national landscape. I think that's exciting. And so everyone that's a part of it out of Georgia, they have an opportunity to keep this thing going.
No, 100%. I agree with that, Craig, because the players that are coming in, it's not even just coming in being successful. It's coming in as a freshman and being an all-world talent. Caleb Downs, Connor Liu, gosh, what's that kid's name from Oconee County? Khalil Barnes. Who's the kid from Oconee County? Why am I butchering his name right now? Whit Weeks from starting as a freshman for LSU, like Singletary. Like, come on, man! Like, it's really special. And actually, I came up with an idea last night too. I don't know if you saw, Craig, but I really think like you'll see a lot of these tournaments, like the Palms class is going on right now for basketball, right? And you seeing Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper go at it against each other, 2 future teammates at Rutgers. It's being streamed on the NBA app. I think what the NFL needs to do is they need to do something similar, right? Not towards the end of the season because there's too much going on, but why not at the start of the season, Craig, have a national top 8 teams, top 4 teams, top 6 teams, and let them play on the NFL, stream it on the NFL app, right? And the top 6 teams go at each other regardless of wherever you at, whether that's Duncanville, a top team from Georgia, a Buford, a Milton, a Walton, Mill Creek, any of those teams. And I'm just talking about the top teams. Obviously, we see like the Max Preps national thing come out, the list, but just seeing top teams go at it from all over, the Mater Days, the St. John Boscos, all those teams, I think that'd be really intriguing and exciting. I know that obviously digresses a little bit from what we're talking about next Sunday, but just being able to see all world talent go against each other in a kind of a tournament kind of a feel.
Yeah, I think it'd be exciting. But here's the issue that this next season, and I'm waiting to see how this is gonna pan out. We have way bigger regions. I think it's gonna lessen some of these out of state games. It's gonna be harder to make the playoffs. A lot of great teams are going to miss, but there's not as many non-region opportunities. I mean, look at Cedar Grove. They had 7 non-region games. They're getting to play all these other ones. That's not going to be the case anymore. How is that going to impact things?
The out-of-state games.
And is that going to bring more of a spotlight to Georgia because of that? Maybe. Maybe having all the competition kick off week 2, week 3 in region play, maybe that makes the – but I think it's going to be a big difference. Not to see as many of these non-region games, that's something that, I mean, it's been probably 10 years since we've had regions this big.
Yeah, they're huge. I mean, like you said, it's going to be unfortunate because some really good teams are not going to make the playoffs. So then it's going to be like, okay, well, what's going to happen to these teams? And then I think you're going to see more of a carousel at the coaching part. I think you're going to see some more coaches getting fired, unfortunately, because, you know, Georgia's kind of that win now almost kind of mentality to a degree. You got to be competitive, even if, let's say, you win a state championship. If 2 years later you're struggling and you're not making the playoffs, you're going to have the booster club and you're going to have your fans kind of question you a little bit, even though you're a state championship winning coach. So I think you're right. I think it's going to be tougher. And as you said, it couldn't help to a degree as well, because now, okay, hey, well, since it's more important region games instead of non-region games, okay, dang, we got to take this serious, because almost the mindset is, Craig, and correct me if I'm wrong, most coaches are like, okay, we're going to play the toughest competition, not a region, so then we can get prepared for when we play the region. If we lose, we lose. At least we know where we're at. Instead, now you're going to have bigger regions, so then that kind of ability kind of dissipates a little bit, because then you're not playing the non-region games and getting tested early. You know, you're kind of like questionable because you're like, well, I don't want to lose these tough region games early because then we might not make the playoffs. So I think that's an interesting thing too.
No, I 100% think that's going to be the case. But also, you're talking about like playing these national games. I think that's something that can happen in the future. You look at the attendance of the state championships this year. I always bring up the biggest example to me this season on why high school football is becoming so popular was the Carrollton Hughes game at the beginning of the season. That was, in terms of like an all-time Georgia high school football moment, every single person I saw on social media was talking about that game in the sports world. There was nothing else going on that day in terms of big televised games. There was no college football. There was no NFL. That was a week 1 matchup, Friday night. Carrollton against Hughes, one of the best games.
And they got their money's worth.
Yeah. Everyone that watched it was like, oh my God, that was amazing. I think that's the future. I think when people are familiarize themselves with some of the powerhouse programs and just like the simple storylines that surround it, they're going to know like they can tune in and see a game that's going to have a lot of pride on the line, a lot of talented players that are going to be playing in the future that they're going to get to know. I think it's exciting. So, I mean, if the money and opportunity is there, I think someone will televise more matchups and present these cross-state ones. I just think it's going to have to come quickly in the first couple weeks because it's going to be hard as hell to schedule.
And then I think too the opportunity that it lists, like you said, it's going to be hard as hell to schedule. But if you can start the season earlier, and like you said, then you play that non-region schedule a little bit, or play that region schedule a little bit later, I think that'll help too. Like, and I just mean like, you know how in Georgia our event is the marquee event, the Corky Kell Dave Hunter class is the marquee event before the season technically starts. So if you could start it maybe, but that'll be a GHSA thing. If you could start the season a week early, or if you could play a matchup out of state early, that'll be something interesting to watch as well. But I agree with you. That's where it's at. We always ask, okay, well, what's the future? The future is putting the best matchups on TV or on PC Sports Network and letting them go at it.
Yeah, because if you don't have those good matchups early, you typically don't know what the best matchups are going to be later. If those teams never cross paths, yeah, you can assume, but you got to see a team play another top brass team to really know if they're going to be able to handle it physically. I think that's another thing we saw this year. It's like the teams that ended up winning it all, what they had was the ability to control the game, and that's like a total team effort in preparation. Look at what Thomas County Central did in that finals, unbelievable, and then what Coffee did all season long, and then even Milton in the second half. Yeah, they got the turnovers, but ball control. The teams that don't make it far in the playoffs, they don't have that. They're going out there, and it's like they're just hoping they can pick up a key third down. It's playing 3-dimensional versus 2-dimensional. I mean, all the teams that made it far, it's that physical, one play at a time mindset. That's, yeah.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think that's a good point, Craig. And that's
look at the Pierce County game, how they drew that one out.
52 carries is crazy. Yeah.
There were 2 teams this year that were undefeated. Only 2 teams that were undefeated. Coffee and Thomas County Central. How were they undefeated? Every single game. Great defense and ball control. No one is ever able to get them, oh, we're going to have the final possession and beat you. It's like, no, they're going to have the final possession. It's crazy.
I agree, man. It's a good point by you, but yeah, man, it's going to be fun to watch. Next year is going to be, I think this around the whole thing is going to be interesting. Obviously, you got high school football with the changing of the regions. That's going to be intriguing to see. Less more teams inside the region, and then obviously the 12-team playoff next year is going to be interesting. The differences in the conferences now. What happens with some of these ACC teams? The Pac-12 is going to combine with the Big West. It's going to be a lot of interesting storylines to watch next year.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. In Georgia this year, it felt like one of the big storylines was like the great quarterback play. And then we thought, okay, it's still going to be solid next year, which it is. But then E.J. Colson, he's going to reclassify. He's gone now. I wonder what position next year in Georgia is going to like really be the standout one. Because the class of 2025, 2026 has been absurd. So I don't know where to
just kind of
sort
start
it out right now because there's a lot of talent in those groups.
No, you're not lying. And speaking of, before we wrap up the show, let's actually look at just the 25 and Craig, just some guys that we've seen. Let's see, let the fans know, people know who we should watch for next year, being that the 24 is just about to wrap up. Obviously, you're going to have the enroll date January 7th, and then you're going to have guys, with the actual signing day in February. But let's look at 25. Just, you want to look nationally, or you want to just look here in Georgia? All right, let's look Georgia. Just some guys we should watch for. And we're going to share the screen with you guys. You guys, comment below some other guys we should be watching for as well. Let's share the screen with you guys real quick. Boom. All right, here we go. All right, so obviously we know it's a guy that I was high on. I thought he had a pretty good game in the state championship, but Elijah Griffin, I think him and LaDamian Guyton of the 2027 class are going to be really interesting and intriguing to watch. Zayden Walker, obviously, for Schley County, a really great prospect and a great player. But so who's some guys stand out for you, Craig?
I think physically, Justice Terry. I mean, when I was watching him in that state finals, it's just like that's one of the biggest damn kids I've ever seen in my life. And then you find out he's only a junior. It's like, okay.
Yep.
I think he's a beast. Elias Williams, I was super impressed. 6'7", you don't see that too often. It's wild, man. All those guys are currently committed to Georgia.
Yep.
Jonte Gilbert, so much buzz around him. If he ends up going to Clemson, man.
Lord. That's all I can say on that is Lord. Like, I'm hearing buzz about SC, South Carolina, and Clemson. So I think those two, like they're in the bud over him. But I think originally he was committed to Ohio State. I know he's gotten some, like Tech has gotten some interest from him too, or he's got some interest from Tech. But I think that's interesting to see them potentially going at it. And I heard he's very, very high on Clemson.
I could totally see that. I mean, let's be honest, they have put out a ton of outstanding, like signature national known cornerbacks year after year. He's one of those guys, 6'1", plays even taller than that, can lock you down. Incredible player.
Yeah, 100%.
Man.
And then
Antoine Hill, let's see what,
I think that's
what his
interesting.
progression is going to be this next season.
What is his progression? Are they going to use Antoine Hill more so as not just like, because I felt like in that game we seen him, like he didn't run the ball a lot. Not saying he has to. He's good at the pocket, but I think using him in some more QB design run, some more read option, I think it's just beneficial. And now that he's decommitted from Colorado, where does he go? I think that's going to be a storyline to kind of see like what school can garner kind of his interest, because I mean he has it. He got Alabama, Arkansas, Auburn.
The thing about Houston County,
Florida State, Georgia. So
they've had some tough losses. They've always been competitive in these games, but you're right. It's like at the end of that game, what's happening? He's back there trying to pass them back into it. This against Lee County, and he's taking sacks. It's like, well, maybe early in the game, if they would have had a couple of those read options, he would have broken off some. They wouldn't have been in that situation.
I don't think so
at all.
Because the
let
offense was
alone
cooking.
Like even if he ran on those plays. No, if he ran early in the game, they might have been in it. It's like just a couple. He's 6'5", he's massive, he's athletic. And we did see him run a little bit.
The first play or the first series, he scored a rushing touchdown.
Jeez.
Give him the ball. Like, what are we doing? Get the man the ball.
Because I think you got to think, like, if you get those plays early, you aren't going to be taking sacks late in the game trying to throw your way back into it. I think they can afford to have him add that to the arsenal, 100%. I mean, he's physically enough at this point where I think he can handle contact.
Yeah.
And he can get down if he needs to.
Oh, for sure. Easily. And then I think what else stands out, obviously Christian Garrett, Auburn, Alabama is very high on him. Seeing if where he ends up landing. Hopefully we can see Prince Avenue Christian this year. They're going to be a little bit different. No Aaron Fowler, but we talked about how good their freshman receivers have
they'll
looked.
probably have a transfer come in,
Yeah.
quarterback.
Yep.
They'll be just fine.
Yep. And then I didn't get to see Thomas County State. I only seen him on TV, but you got to see them up close in personal against Marist. What were your thoughts on Kendarius Reddick?
They gave up one touchdown to Marist the whole game. On third down, they stopped everyone. I just think it's so common sense to me. It's like when you're recruiting and you see Thomas County Central and you look at what the defense did all season, shutting everyone out, winning the state championship. You say, oh, wait, this guy had this many tackles, this many plays. It's like, he's the real deal. Same thing with Milton. It's like, if you're looking for someone at the next level and you aren't stopping by Milton early on to see if there's a guy that might be, as we said, like overlooked, it's like, hello, look at what the team's doing. Like, just it's common sense to look at programs like Thomas County Central, Milton, just the teams they beat, the elite competition they face to get to the top. I mean, these obviously are guys that can handle the big moment. I just think it's a no-brainer. I was impressed with their defense. I wasn't as impressed with their offense because I thought too much Trey Benton. They weren't able to put Marist away. They had some turnovers, but defensively, I mean, yeah, Thomas County Central was lights out.
100%. And I think another interesting thing too, Craig, is back to what you said about 24. You said how impressed you were. Maybe not offensive lineman as deep as it usually is, but tight end was so deep this year. We just talked about it. We got two more studs early on as some top prospects in the top 25. Amari Winston just committed recently to Texas, and then you got Ethan Barber, Alpharetta committing to Georgia. So some top guys. I think tight end is very top heavy yet again.
Yeah, it's like where did these guys come from? Like,
it's a good question.
6'4", 6'3", 240 like juniors. It's like, how?
Just growing on trees.
It's like every other position. It's like you can kind of. It's like, okay, that's clearly an offensive lineman. That's clearly a linebacker, and then you have just like the athletic specimen of the team. It's like usually it's either the edge rusher position or tight end, and we've got some physical, talented, elite athletes at the tight end position once again. Elias Williams also. But Ethan Barber, I think he's going to have a big year. And, yeah, I'm saying Alpharetta this season is going to be a lot more competitive.
I think so too, man. That's going to be really interesting to see. We got to see Usman Nkrumah, who's just impressive string calf, rushed for over 300 yards. I mean, whoever lands this guy is going to be really impressive. I don't know why he dropped so low, but the kid can play, man. Kid's very, very impressive. He's going to be fun to watch next year. I think same thing. I mean, Parkview, I think offensive line-wise, they're going to be back there again. I think they're going to be pretty good. So I'm interested to see what running back step up. We've seen a little bit of a Rouse this year as a junior. Who's going to be their quarterback? That was the biggest thing. We weren't really high on them, and that was the reason why. We knew they had Zealous Hicks. We knew they had Jalen Crawford. We knew they had Mike Matthews. But who was going to be the starting quarterback last year, man, they didn't know up until right before the season started, really. So if Parkview can get the right quarterback or can get a guy, no, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, they get the right guy at that position, I think they'll be right there in that conversation. And it might be a team that's going into the season that's slept on, but I think a team that if they get the right guy, they could be dangerous.
Yeah, or if Kyer Spain didn't get hurt, that was such a bummer.
Yeah.
Jaden Harmon, super impressed by him.
Yeah.
Dude can flat out play, making huge interceptions, tackling well. He's going to be the leader of that run defense next year. He's going to be outstanding.
Yes, he will. And then I think Travis Smith at the wide receiver spot, given a lot of praise. I think this guy right here, I think Clemson's kind of high on him, so he'll be interesting to watch for as well next year. Travis Smith right there. And I think what's interesting about kind of Langston Hughes, offensive line-wise, I think they're very deep going into next year. Dontrell Glover, going to have Tavares Dice. They're going to be able to run in how they did last year. Should be interesting to see. I thought maybe just weapon-wise wasn't what we're accustomed to seeing, especially the year they won it, right? You had Jelani Thurman. They had so many guys that they could get the ball to in space. So it's interesting to see what they're going to look like at wide receiver this year.
Yeah, they had a serious receiver shortage, especially in that run game. I'm just like, where are the guys getting open? It wasn't even that they weren't getting open. It's like the routes looked off. But yeah, offensive line, they did fine. They did great all season with Justice Savage, that backfield. I think they'll be fine.
And then look at the tight end frenzy again, Craig. Ryan Gia, Auburn commit. Another guy I think he'll end up being a 4-star. Luke Nickel, we know what he can do, right? Obviously, Miami, I told you, keep an eye on Georgia potentially. Logan Brooken, got to see him in the state championship game. Very impressive, good size, tough to cover. Another impressive guy. But again, that tight end renaissance, right? Ryan Gia, Logan Brooking, like some impressive guys. Another guy, Hollis Davison from McIntosh. He's going to be really impressive. And then Calvary Day, like how do they look next year with no Jake Merklinger, right? Going to have Thomas Blackshear. Blackshear is good. He's elite. So it's like, what are they going to look like? And as you mentioned, Edward Coleman, another one. So it's like, when you got that elite of a receiver, you just got to have a quarterback competent enough to be able to get those guys the ball in space and let the playmakers do their work.
Yeah, so much talent. I mean, Savannah area is well represented all over this list. And then Tyler Redmond.
Dude, that pick.
What a game he had.
Oh, my Lord. I mean, talk about an impressive show, an impressive outing.
To Wyatt Sonderman, he jumped it perfectly. Middle of the field. Back-to-back picks, too. It's like the knockout, double tap punch.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. Just absolutely impressive. Obviously, Josiah Abdullah will Woodward next year. Coming back again, he's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Shamar, no, I don't think he's on the team anymore. No. Yeah, he is not actually. So no, I'm not gonna bring his name up. He's not on the team anymore. But Justin Baker, we talked about the running back position. A lot of guys, Tennessee getting in the state of Georgia. Just what are you looking forward to see from him next year? I felt like he battled through injury throughout the season. I feel like they didn't feature him as much as they should. But Buford is going to need if they want to get back to winning the state title, and it's a great program, and Coach Alvin does a fantastic job, I think they need more than one guy to kind of come up. Obviously, they had Dylan Raiola, but like I said, I felt like they were overly dependent on a KJ Bolden. Like, they need a Justin Baker to come in, and they need the younger guys to come and step up. Like, they need multiple guys in this offense to be dangerous and be mismatches. And I think that tight end position hasn't been as a strength of lately for Buford either.
Not at all. And this last year, let's just be honest, they relied way too much on their defense. They didn't have an outstanding elite defense like they did. They would have looked very mediocre. Let's just put it that way. Offensively, they had few games where they really asserted their dominance. That's what Buford is. They're supposed to be out there with this rotating backfield, rushing for 200 yards a game. That's what they need to go back to. Yeah, it's great to have a talented quarterback, but you can't just rely on that. The reason it works with certain teams, like, okay, they've got a great receiver core. You can go to this guy, get him going. Go to that guy, get him going. Buford didn't have that. And so without a steady running game and trying to just rely on Dylan, he was running for his life a lot of times out there and really was making the Buford offensive line not look that great because they're more built and used to the run.
Yeah.
100%.
It's a good point.
They got to have the backfield step up. There's some good running backs, though, in that list.
Oh, for sure.
Bo Walker, what he did at Cedar Grove this year is incredible.
Yep. Oh, right here. Yep.
Yeah, so tight end, I think Milton, Calvary Day. Milton's probably the most represented on that list, which is crazy. You win 7A and you got all your guys returning.
Pretty much. And I think Blessed Trinity, obviously, this guy's really good. Bryce Lewis, got to talk to him a little bit. Wide receiver. I mean, just
Oh, yeah, he's super, super impressive.
Yeah, man. They're going to be interesting to watch, obviously, with David Jacobs next year as well, stepping up even more. And then to close it out, Chase Taylor's going to be a linebacker to watch for Stockbridge, getting another really good, impressive player. Vickerson can play. Again, it's going to be whoever they get at quarterback, getting them the ball. But he's a very impressive player that will return for the Creekside Seminoles next season. And the last one I got to mention is Cole Funderburg. Man, you talk about a guy that's blown up in recruiting. That guy right there, very, very special. Over 10 double-digit sack season yet again for him. He's going to be very impressive for the North Gwinnett Bulldogs yet again. And the last one is Luke Metz out of Mill Creek. Probably not going to know the name. A lot of people don't talk about it, but a kid that's blown up in recruiting and a major-time player for the Mill Creek Hawks as well.
Nice. No, it's an exciting list, 2025.
Can look ahead to that.
Yes, and so I guess the last thing for 2024, we will have a senior game at Georgia Elite. So that will be the final, I guess, send-off for this class of 2024.
Yep, that's what it will be. And we appreciate you guys tuning in for our 4-hour-long coverage, man. Appreciate everybody comment. Appreciate you, AJ, for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed this special today. It was a lot of fun covering all the recruiting news and everything. We might be at the Walton signing day later on tonight. I'm going to definitely try to attend it and just send some of the seniors off, be able to kind of converse with them a little bit. But that's all we got, man. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Najee Wilkins. This is Craig Sager. That's all we got, and we'll see you guys very, very soon. And if you want to get at us and follow us, go on our Twitter pages at Craig Sager Jr. I'm at Najee Wilk. All that will be linked below. But that's all we got. We'll see you later. Peace.